Let me do that. So would you do a roll call for us?
Trustee Stickler.
I'm here.
Trustee Zio.
Here.
Trustee Cuevas. Here. Trustee Spencer. Here. Trustee Vega. Here. Trustee Rockwell.
Here.
Trustee Trujillo.
Here.
Student trustee.
Here.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. The land on which we gather is the unceded territory of the Owaska speaking Ute tribe. Today, there are no known survivors of the Owaska Nation. The Amamutsun tribal band, comprised of the descendants of indigenous people taken to Mission Santa Cruz and San Juan Bautista during the Spanish colonization of the Central Coast, is today working hard to restore traditional stewardship practices on these lands to honor the Owaspos and heal from historical trauma. So moving through our agenda tonight, we're in section B and now on item 2. I'm only standing so that I can be loud. We normally have microphones, but they don't work well when we have Zoom going at the same time. So I'm going to ask all of my fellow trustees, when you're speaking, stand if you're comfortable, but even if you're seated, project and speak loudly. And Christina, you're up.
Thank you. And on behalf of the Name Exploration Subcommittee, I also want to thank you all for attending tonight.
And here,
As an introduction to our study session, I'm going to share some highlights from the Name Exploration Subcommittee report before we open it up for questions and discussion by the board. And we'll be hearing public comments after this next session, after the next item on the
they come in interview.
So I know that my colleagues on the board have all read the report, but you know, there's a lot to go through, and just in the interest of helping those who have not had an opportunity to read the report, I kind of want to go briefly through that. So first I want to remind you where we started. And that was back in July of 2020, when the board received a request to rename the college in response to the widespread social and unrest and critical analysis of the college's namesake. In response, the board established a name exploration subcommittee to develop an education and community input process to explore the question about whether the college's moniker should be changed or remain. In November of 2022, the governing board voted to accept the subcommittee's recommendation to change the name of the college, and that a new name should either be rooted in the values of the the college's values are a geographic touchstone, with just one caveat, that it should not be named after an individual person. The board also authorized the subcommittee and the president to develop a community engagement process and to return in August today with a recommendation of a new name. Since that time, the subcommittee has strived to create an educational and inclusive process that reflects the mission and values of the college. Many people have been involved in the creation and implementation of our community education and public engagement process. And I just want to highlight a few of them. There was an advisory task force that helped us at the very outset to shape the educational activities that we hosted in 2021 and 22. We had a number of scholars who presented and individual community members who educated us in the history of the college name and the impact of the namesake on the generations of Native Americans in our region. We've also had tremendous support by the name selection task force, who was tasked with narrowing the list of the names to 5 finalists that have been now presented in the community. So those were like a lot of folks that I'll tell you a little bit about more later. But I just want to also acknowledge the staff. The Planning and Research Office conducted the surveys and the analysis of the data, of the results that informed the task force discussion. It was really very helpful. Our marketing and communication staff did a tremendous job in outreach to invite public participation in the surveys and our community meetings. Our president, who actually serves as our executive secretary on the subcommittee, and Ronette, his confidential executive assistant, have done a tremendous job in helping us get things rolling. And Ronette, especially, who's the one who catalogs all the information that's coming in from the community so that we could take a look at it. But there's people like you, participants who came to participated in the virtual or in-person meetings, who responded to surveys or sent us emails with your opinions and your opinions on the name change and the final names that we suggested. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the campus and community members who brought forward the issue for a name change in July of 2020. We couldn't have gotten to where we are today without the involvement of all these people. So briefly to recap the name selection process only. And then I want to summarize the discussions with the task force, which served as the basis for our subcommittee's recommendations that are included in tonight's agenda. Some of you will recall that we started with a web-based survey in early 2023 to solicit potential names and invite interested community members to serve on a task force. More than 350 eligible names were proposed. And additionally, close to 300 people signaled their interest in serving on the task force. 24 people who represent the geographic and demographic profile of our community that's served by the district were selected to serve on the task force. That group of individuals met 5 times since April to narrow the 350 names to 5 finalists that were shared with the community prior to this meeting. In June and July, community forums were held to hear the pros and cons of the 5 names. In Aptos, Watsonville, Felton, and 2 of the meetings were held virtually. Approximately 200 people attended those sessions. In addition to those meetings, a web-based survey was conducted to invite people to comment on and then rank their preferences of the proposed names. At our final meeting with the task force on July 28th, the members of that task force discussed the public's response to the 5 potential names that had been reflected in the surveys and in the forums, along with their own thoughts on the sentiments that had been expressed during those sessions in the local media and by people in their respective networks. Well, I'll tell you a little bit about that conversation. This was a really important one, and as I said, is what led to our recommendation for tonight. Then first, I'd just like to share my thanks for that name selection task force, because they approached this whole process of narrowing the names from 350 to 5 with tremendous care. They devoted significant time to the task. They reviewed the videos of the educational sessions that we hosted in 2021, read the materials that were posted on the college's website, researched the meaning of the names that were recommended by the survey respondents. The number of them attended the community forums. They listened to the, as I mentioned before, listened to the opinions of their respective networks. It was a very diverse group of people that were involved here. And of course, like many of you and us, we read the local and social media posts. But mostly what I want to say about this group is they participated in task force discussions in a really open and deliberative manner. We know there's been a lot of comment in response to the process and the final names. And given the reaction that we had heard, we knew it was important that when we met with the task force on July the 28th, that we needed to spend time reflecting on the community's response to the name change process and the 5 potential names. What we heard from that group, I want to share that with you. That conversation revealed that some of our members were really dismayed by the divisions that exist among segments of the larger community that became very apparent through the survey responses and by the media coverage and emails to the college, which revealed very strong opposition to the proposed names and the whole name change process decision. The task force also expressed some critical concerns. They included the use of the initial survey results that were unable to represent the broad community sentiment. The lack of a scientific poll to gauge the community's reaction to the name change and some of the proposed names. The limited representation of current and future student voices in the mix of survey responses, forums, and community education and dialogue sessions. They also were concerned with the costs associated with a name change without having secured a source of funding. It doesn't affect the college operations. We also heard a lot about potential loss of contributions to the college's the Cabrillo Foundation due to opposition to the name change. And finally, they also reported concerns about the potential impact on future bond issues from voters who oppose the name change. Those clearly were important issues, but the most consistent consideration that the task force shared with us was that they felt that while the Board of Trustees was right to respond to the name change request, that as we did, considering what we learned about the college's name, they felt that the 2020 through 2023 timeline for launching the education and engagement activities to consider the name change and then possible new names wasn't conducive to engaging broad community in the process. During this time, we know that communities were grappling with the impacts of COVID, the CZU fires, recent floods, and local and national unrest in response to the George Floyd killing and the Black Lives Matter campaign. Additionally, we also knew that many of our students were struggling with housing insecurity and other basic challenges. The subcommittee agrees that given these issues, engaging in education and dialogue regarding the college's name was not a priority for enough of our students and community members. While sharing these concerns, we also learned something important to the process, and that is that some of our task force members who originally opposed the name change had shifted their stance after engaging with their colleagues in an open and respectful manner and learning more about the harms that were caused by the college's namesake to some members of the college's public. A majority of the task force members voiced support for pursuing a name change for the college, although not now. They believe that careful consideration of when and how to proceed is needed. And some agreed, like we said, this is the final meeting, but kind of how to stay plugged in. We're really grateful that people were interested to continue to participate in a process that might be more inclusive, so that more segments of our community can understand each other's perspectives on a name change. Accordingly, as reported in the agenda for tonight's meeting, having assessed the feedback regarding the name of our college, in tandem with the considerations shared by our name selection task force, the subcommittee recommends that the board defer selecting a new name for the college at this time, so we can explore options for how and recommend how we better assess and engage the wider community on a naming timeline and a process that unifies rather than divides the greater college community.
So we've got just a small bit of business to do, already having done roll call. I'm not suggesting, and I'm forgetting this is study session. Are there any board members that have questions for Christina or myself? Seeing none at this time, is everybody comfortable with proceeding? All right. Let's report out of closed session. So coming out of closed session, the governing board conducted an expulsion hearing for student 0237516. After hearing the evidence, the governing board voted unanimously to permanently expel the student from Cabrillo College. The board has directed the vice president of student services to communicate the decision to the student. Thank you. Next, we are entering public comment. So I want to give folks a little bit of information on how we'll do public comment this evening. We're going to provide everybody who speaks tonight with 2 minutes to speak. Our president, Matt Wetstein, will be keeping time for folks and letting you know when your 2 minutes is up. I'm going to start by reading these cards, the names on these cards. These are the folks who are here tonight and present. If I call your name and you would like to speak, come on up, and you've got 2 minutes to do so. If you handed in a card, I'll get your question in just a second. If you handed in a card and you also submitted a public comment in writing in advance of the meeting, we're only going to call your name once. So once you've spoken per your card, we won't be calling your name a second time to come up, just so that you're aware.
Sorry, isn't public comment 3 minutes?
We have the option to go as long as 3 minutes, but because we have well over 150 comments, we're gonna go 2 minutes.
But we shouldn't listen for everyone's voice and have a big minutes. I mean, that's just my opinion.
We've planned for 2 minutes. It'll make the meeting about an hour or so longer.
I don't mind saying.
We'll know that we can take a vote on it because it's not agendized. But does anybody have any objection with going 3 minutes?
This public comment right on the screen, and it says 3 minutes, depending on.
Yeah. So let's set the time for 3 minutes. And I'm gonna call folks' names here first and then go through the list of folks who submitted public comment in writing. And if folks are present and I call your name, come on up. But for folks who submitted comment in writing, if they're not present, we're not going to be reading those. And now, sir, thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Just out of curiosity, how do people get their name on a yellow card?
Oh, at the entranceway. And if you haven't filled one out but would like to, we can get one for you.
Well, I sent comments and we have. Thank
Great,
you.
so you'll be called to come.
Thank you very much.
In the college, you could not be here tonight, but they wrote in saying public comment on this board meeting. Will they be read?
So the plan is, as they already are posted, so that they're publicly accessible comments. Again, we weren't planning to read all of them because it will be 4 or 5 hours of public comments.
I appreciate that, but the people who sent them in thought they would be read.
I understand that, but they're not here to read them and they are very accessible public.
So I can stand on the record that they're not being heard.
And it indicates for them that they're not even be here, that it would be.
And it is me. So let's start with the folks that are here, and if we move through in a reasonable time, we can be flexible about reading everything. And I will say, at a certain point, I'm just gonna ask right off the bat as people start to come, and we've heard lots of folks, if you hear other people say exactly what you intended to say, you've got every right to say, I don't need to make my comment that's already been said. And I would encourage folks to do that. Saying that, the first name on my list is Shirley Flores. It looks like the last name is Mum. Nunez. Shirley, my apologies.
Hello, everyone. 2 minutes. Go.
Because loud.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna talk about it. First of all, I just want to say that, I've been teaching here a long time. And what we're talking about is a shifting narrative. Because I was taught that the explorers brought civilization and Christianity when I was in 5th grade. And I learned that that wasn't really what happened. What happened was that indigenous people were genocided. They were genocided out of labor exploitation, disease, rape, all the horrible atrocities that happened to them. Asking us to keep this name is like saying an atomic bomb just bombed us and we're going to name our country after the name of the plane. We're not going to do that. I just want to also say that I appreciate the work that you're putting forward. And the last thing I want to say is this is not a decision. This is a step into the future. This is not a decision. This is a step into the future. That future is 2047. People of color will be in a numerical majority in 2047, including South County. We're going to South County not because of any missionary stance. We need them. 5,500 students. When I got here in 81, we were 500 students. We need them. We need them in this campus, or otherwise we'd have 7,000 students. What would happen to our annual budget if we had 7,000 students? We need Watsonville students. And we need people of color to feel comfortable here because we have the homeless problem, we have the environmental issue, and we have guns in the schools, shooting children. We need every brain power that we can get, and we cannot lose any ounce of brain power. So we want them to be professionalized, we want them to be educated, and we want them to be invested. They will be invested if we are invested in them. So let's make this decision in the right way for them. I won't even be here to see this. I had a 74th birthday on Tuesday, but I'm not going to be here. But this is the future. This is our future. And if you have any commitment toward democracy, thank you. You will vote the right way for the students. Thank you.
Dana, right?
Thank you so much, just like that. Thank you so much for all your hours and hours of dedicated work on this issue. My name is Dana Frank, and I'm research professor and professor of Emerita of History at the University of California, Santa Cruz, where I taught U.S. history for 3 decades. I'm here to speak in support of changing the name. As we're all deeply conscious, Cabrillo College is an educational institution. The core question here, I think, is what do we want to teach? In keeping the name, we would be teaching day in, day out that it's good to celebrate those who invaded other people's ancestral homelands, killed and in many cases enslaved them. The honoring of Cabrillo is not just about a single man. Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo is celebrated precisely because he's seen as representing that larger process, which for centuries now has been taught in textbooks, at public history sites, and in popular culture as a good thing. The celebration of the European conquest of the Americas and of US imperialism remains deep in US national culture and embedded in our local landscape. Why do we have a local road called Empire Grade, for example, something we take for granted? Beginning most strongly since 2020 and the Black Lives Matter movement, more and more people in the US have come to support a national reckoning over who is and who isn't celebrated in our public history, and to remove statues, names, and other markers that elevated the lives and works of white supremacists and imperialists, of Robert E. Lee in Richmond, Virginia, for example. Here in Santa Cruz, changing the name of our community college offers us a powerful and moving opportunity to join in that process in which we acknowledge how history matters to the values we hold dear today and commit ourselves to a future based on social justice. If we leave the name of Cabrillo, what are we teaching Indigenous people and people of color who are students at the college? What are we communicating about its values? What, moreover, are we teaching white people? Do we want to teach that European conquest of Native peoples and its race and racist imperial colonialism more broadly is a great thing to be proud of and celebrated now and in the future? I myself have been stunned by some of the arguments marshaled recently against the name change, and that's partly why I'm here today, and how easily they have split into apologizing for Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo. One writer even likens Cabrillo to Martin Luther King Jr., who he says was also flawed, and casts Cabrillo's atrocities as uncomfortable early decades, while his accomplishments in navigation and maritime skills were exemplary for the time. How quickly the author slips from objecting to the name change to celebrating the conqueror, and how quickly atrocities are cast as mild flaws. Former Cabrillo history professor Sandy Lyman even argues that if you change the name, we will besmirch alumni pride. I myself would argue that changing the name would rather make a critique of colonialism and of our collective choice to move away from its celebration, our own proud moment in the history of our college and our broader community to be taught over and over. Okay, I would just say our spirit to date is part of building a broader process of rethinking public history to build a future together. As a white person, I'm honored to have spent my life teaching U.S. history in service to social justice, and I'm honored to speak here today. Thank you.
I believe it says Cheryl. Yes.
First, I'd like to commend trustees Christina Cuevas and Cueva, I'm sorry.
Louder, please.
Louder. I'd like to commend trustees Christina Cueva and Donna Zeal for being respectful during the process of trying to rename Cabrillo College. Unfortunately, during this time, many admins, trustees, and members of the public have not been respectful and frankly have been uncivil. Reading some trustees' biases in the Pajaronian and social media diminishes the trust the public has for the leaders of Cabrillo. I've also seen managers ask employees if the employee thinks that Cabrillo should be renamed. When the employee simply answers no, I don't think it should be renamed, the manager states that the employee is racist. This is a good example of why some people have chosen not to try to enter discussions about the renaming of the college. I watched the online Zoom meetings for the possible renaming of the college. I'm dismayed that some guest speakers' research and answers to questions have been ignored. For instance, Dr. Iris Edenstrand, who has written extensively on Cabrillo, presented a thorough investigation in the history of Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo that is easily confirmed through verification of documents at the Huntington Library, which I have done. Yet members of the board did not agree with the thorough investigation. Sandy Leiden related a story of how the creation of Cabrillo College happens when so many people were against it at the time. He said that they went out to the public and went to every meeting to talk about the college, and the county was more unified because of it. The current leadership of Cabrillo has not been as ambitious to unify the county in this attempt to rename Cabrillo College. Another idea that Cabrillo could have done, but did not, was to start a history of California exploration course. Students could study and present facts based on individual research of explorers. A course could have been created fairly quickly for this, paralleling the creation of a history of the Middle East course that was created by Sherry Barkey and Michael Mangan shortly after the 9/11 attacks. Thank you. I would like to leave you with this, a 1950s review by the New York Times of a book called Sailing with Cabrillo. Even though Tenoch himself was half Spanish, he hated the arrogant conquistadors of Mexico. Years ago, his father had gone to Guatemala in search of gold and had never returned to Tenoch's Indian mother. For clanging a stone off the viceroy's helmet, Tenoch is imprisoned and then made to serve as a cabin boy on Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo's expedition to map the California coast. On this adventurous voyage from Navidad in 1942 to somewhere north of San Francisco, he helps battle storms, hostile Indians, and a mutiny. And from the kindness shown by him by Cabrillo and his officers, Tenach learns that not all of the men serving the Spanish king in the New World were callous and brutal. Ms. Merrill deserves praise for producing the first book for young people about Cabrillo and the discoverer of Cabrillo. And moreover, Ms. Merrill's story has all. I'm sorry?
You're done.
But I'm-
Greg, Cotton?
This way, maybe.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Greg Cotton. I've taken classes at Cabrillo. I look forward to my next class at Cabrillo, and my partner earned a diploma in culinary arts program here. I love this school and I'm deeply impressed by the quality of education and culture here. As a Christian, it is important for me to learn from our errors, forgive and stand up for compassion and kindness. Glorifying a leader in slavery, genocide, and who led the slaughter of countless human beings across North and Central America is something that is against my spiritual and my moral teachings. Defending the man Cabrillo is contrary to what this community and this school stands for: humanity, equity, diversity, and evolution through learning. The Cabrillo name is equivalent to a Confederate flag and is a symbol of who we say we are. I understand the name wasn't chosen for the man, but for the highway next to it, the Cabrillo Highway. It's difficult to discuss colonization of this country, and I understand why we don't like to talk about it and why we don't like to teach it. It was brutal and it was genocide. I hope the resistance to this name change is from the understandable and personal association that the name has with the organization and not the actual man. I'm sad and embarrassed this school and our community is associated with the man Cabrillo. I commend the courageous leaders of this challenging community process. The facts of history will remain the same and will not be erased. This organization that we love will only improve by removing its association with genocide. Cabrillo is synonymous with violence and genocide. Is this really who we are? Do we want violence and genocide associated with our school? Thank you.
People have indicated they can hear. Should we explain why there's no microphones? You should have.
Is there a portable microphone? There is not, we don't have a we can't use a microphone and Zoom at the same time effectively. The feedback makes it so that no one online is able to hear.
Thank you very much. I'm Karen Cogswell. I am a member of the Cabrillo Foundation Board, and I'm the co-chair of the President's Circle. And I was also co-chair of the last successful bond measure that Cabrillo passed a long time ago. I think one thing that has come of all this is, well, two things. We all care about this college. And there are a lot of communities that you'd never get this many people in a room to talk about renaming of a higher education facility. The other is that it's bigger than these people. It's bigger than the committee. It's bigger than any of us, but it's not bigger than all of us. I support putting it on the ballot and letting the whole community vote. Thank you.
Hello, I'm here to address the numerous Sentinel articles and the waves of negative comments accusing the college of being simply ridiculous in its move toward a name change. And unfortunately, there's nothing we can do to change the minds of those making those comments. There's no amount of time or effort that will inform them so that they understand the rationale. Those negative comments at the Sentinel were quick and easy to accomplish. The commenters read the article, clicked a button, and expressed preconceived notions. The negative comments you've encountered were not made with a desire to learn, expand, and reach consensus. Then there are those who wrote letters, sent emails, spent slightly more time articulating their points, but still the majority of these did not come from a place of engagement with the 3-year process that we have gone through. Finally, there are a few community leaders who did use their time to analyze the issue and unfortunately have landed on the side of injustice and the side which will maintain societal inequities. No matter the type or length of comment, more time and effort will not change the minds of those who do not want to move from their own privilege and the primacy of their own ideas. More time, more effort, more outreach will not stop these comments nor unify the community, because the community has never been unified. What we're hearing is a desire to continue the racialized oppression of the United States in California as it exists in Santa Cruz County. What we're hearing is the desire to maintain the status quo and in so doing, maintain white supremacy. This is how injustice continues, a pause, a stop, a moment to reassess. There have been threats of recall and stopping donations to the foundation. What would happen if all of you were recalled and donations stopped? We'd make headlines. Cabrillo would explode onto the national scene because what's happening here is a microcosm of a society that is reckoning with its barbaric past. This is happening on local and national levels. Change takes courage and leadership. Change demands risk to personal comfort. Change demands doing the extraordinary in times of conflict. Right now, what would be extraordinary is to keep going and select a new name that captures a new vision for the college. I hope we all have the courage to do what is right.
Before I call the next speaker up, I just want to note there are a few folks on Zoom who have their hands up, and we don't otherwise have you on a list, but we will get to you. So just keep your Zoom hand raised. Everyone will get a chance. Is Paul Meltzer here and available to speak?
Thank you. I love Cabrillo College, and I don't love one Cabrillo. But of the 99 problems facing Cabrillo College, a name change doesn't even make the list, and it didn't make your list either. Cabrillo went before the voters in 2016 on a bond request, and they described the 3 most pressing problems at Cabrillo: infrastructure, technology, handicap access. Much has been said here about a name change without any discussion of the cost. It's been estimated at $600,000. I think it's going to be much, much more. What can be done with that $600,000 in terms of handicap access at this college? And then much has been written about the effect of small micro donations or grants to college students, because $500 makes a huge difference to a college student who's facing, for example, rent, childcare, groceries, or books. And I speak with some experience because as a student, I got one of those. And so by my reckoning, if we were to take that $600,000, we could make 1,200 $500 grants. That sure would change a lot of lives in a very positive way. And much has been said here about the impact on students, and I'm sure that some people are more affected than others, but I'd like to speak as a student because I was here, I was a graduate. I was also a member of the foundation board. I was also a member of the President's Foundation for 30 years and more than that. And I also was asked and did speak at the 60th anniversary of the college. And at the 60th anniversary of the college, people spoke about the history of Cabrillo. And not once was Juan Cabrillo mentioned. And I might add, during my time as a student, my time on the foundation board, or my time in the President's Club, no one has ever said anything about Juan Cabrillo because he's irrelevant and doesn't matter. You know, you guys wrote with approval about the fact that UC Berkeley's law school, Bolt Hall, had changed its name because John Bolt was a racist. And that's understandable. And then it came to be known that George Berkeley, the source of the Berkeley name, was a slave owner and a person who abused indigenous people. And when UC Berkeley was asked to change its name because of the association with George Berkeley, Berkeley said, no, the school has come to be known for more than the man. It's become known for the students and the faculty and the good that's been accomplished. And I would say, isn't that equally true of Cabrillo? Isn't Cabrillo more than this? Thank you.
Lion Baumgartner.
Thank you. Boy, there sure is a lot of hate and division around here. And what we need is love for the peoples that were here before. Okay, we all depend on the past, the now, and the future. And if we don't feel the spirit of all what we've done, what we're doing, we're gonna lose it all. And it's not just the peoples, the First Nation peoples that were here. It was all the other beings that were here, all the animals and the plants that the native peoples knew how to steward right. We don't know how. We have a lot to learn from them. Biomimicry. I went to school here too. How about the technology that the biology of the world can teach us? These people, how about the ethnobotany? All these other ways that we can learn the new technologies to save ourselves and to take care of our world instead of tearing it apart, instead of learning how we can pull it apart all the time. It's a woven huge basket that we're creating, and we keep pulling strands out of it, and species and races of people and animals and plants pull their way through those because they don't have a way to stay solid anymore. Why do you think people are so unhealthy mentally and physically? It has a lot to do with that. A lot of people killing, all this warfare. Natives had warfare, but they were more structured, and typically, of course, there's exceptions, and how they did it. And it wasn't just about abuse, and it wasn't just about domination. This is what we've learned a lot in modern times, how we can dominate. Civilization for 11,000 years with modern agriculture has created societies that have fallen over and over again, going around the cycle of our history and her story. And women were also hunters as well. And that was taken out of the story. All of the type, thank you, wait 1 minute. It's just, you know, we have to keep learning to move forward in a healthy way all together, and our children, and the violence we create, and the hard drugs. Why do you think hard drugs are coming in so much? People can't take it anymore. They have to deaden themselves. They have to find that medicine because they can't take the medicine to learn how to be healthy anymore. We have to help guide them. And this about if we are going to change the sign, we can just add all kinds of education around that, changing that sign name. We can add classes in the school. We could raise money. And why does it have to be just about money anyways? The money should come secondary to the real spirit of what we really need to be doing in our community and our world overall, okay? You know, it's just, I'm really done with all this unhealthiness. I've been crying a lot lately, and I've been feeling it, and the animals would keep coming up to me, and the plants keep telling me, we need to.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We need to move forward, healthfully.
John Dobson.
Back to follow. Thank you. I'm going to speak as loudly as possible because it is really hard to hear back there. So my name is John Gofsky. I have taught digital media at this college for longer than I I can't, it's over 25 years, I'm losing track. And it was 3 years ago that I spoke publicly about changing the name and the need to do that. But I had been speaking with people here on campus for many years before that. The name Sandy Leiden has come up a few times, so let me tell a different Sandy Leiden story. Sandy here, Sandy. It was at the 50th anniversary of Cabrillo College at an all-college day, and he spoke about the history of Cabrillo. And again, there was not really any mention about the person Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo. So I kind of cornered Sandy in the lobby after his talk, and I said, Sandy, given all those terrible things that Juan Cabrillo did, should we have named this school after him? And I kind of blindsided him. And he stopped and he looked me in the eye and he said, well, and this is a verbatim quote, Cabrillo didn't do all that stuff himself. He rarely spent time off the ships, you know. He spent most of the time on the ships. Beth Regards and I, she was my program chair at the time, we looked at each other and our jaws dropped. And I thought, wow, if that is your defense of our college's namesake, that's pretty weak. And I've come to see that not only is that weak, it just ignores the issue. I mean, what we're talking about here are values. And I hear the arguments about money, and money is really important. We all get that. But what's more important than money is values, our values. And the values of upholding and honoring the concept of colonization and slavery and exploitation and genocide are just plain wrong. 1 minute. They're just plain wrong. And I understand that change is difficult. And I understand the association that people have with the name Cabrillo, not thinking about the individual, but the institution. But I can't separate those in my own mind. And I can't wear a button or a t-shirt that says Cabrillo. I love the school, but I cannot embrace the name. And we have students of many different backgrounds at this school. We have students with indigenous heritage, mixed heritage. Why should those students be forced to attend a school that honors someone who tried to wipe out their culture, who enslaved their ancestors? That's just damn wrong, above all else. And that's what's missing from this. Yes, it affects some of our students more than others. Think about that. Okay, so thank you.
Hi, my name's Diane Noland. I think I have a soft voice, so I hope you can hear me. Because it's boring when you can't hear people. But anyway, I am for the name change because I think names are important. When you name a child after somebody, it's an honor. You name a building after somebody, or you put up a statue of somebody. It's, you know, it's an honor. It's important. And I think the name Cabrillo is just wrong for a higher institution of learning. I mean, the learning is important, and I think it should have a very honorable name, or a name that doesn't stir up negativity. Thank you.
Danielle Garrett.
Hi, I'm Danielle Derrick. I go by Danny. I want to say thank you very much to the trustees for voting to change the name and to enact the subcommittee. And sorry, I speak a little softly. I appreciate that because I am a graduate of this school and I don't want to be associated with Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo. I came here initially to throw my support behind Kaya Saka. I believe that naming it an indigenous name is the best way to go. I also love the idea of a jackrabbit mascot, and a gender neutral name like Jackie or Jessie or something like that. I think it's important. And now I'm coming to say, please, let's not kick this can down the road. Let's make this decision tonight. Let's honor the people that need this name change to feel good about coming to this school. And I do vote, and I thank you, Donna, I'm in your district. And I appreciate the openness that this process has had. And I think it's been long enough, and it's time to make the decision on the next name. Thank you.
Point of order question.
Sure.
So I emailed ahead, so I didn't fill out a form, but I feel like I'm gonna be dead last because it's mixed up. Okay. I'm gonna figure it out.
Hi, everybody, and thanks to the board for your patience. And I will try to speak loudly because as the lovely lady said, it's very boring when you just see some lips moving. So I just want to say that I have spent months thinking about this issue. And I want you all to know that I'm Jewish. So I really take offense at anything that suggests that I might be racist in what I say. I was arrested when I was 13 in the colored section of a lunch counter in North Carolina because we were working for civil rights, and I really believe in social justice. Social justice is part of my core being. I served on the board of Women's Educational Success at Cabrillo in 2 successive terms for 8 years. When Paul Melcher talked about what $500 could do for a person's life, we saw someone be able to get fingerprinted for $79 so she could go get a job. But I'm not here to talk about money. I'm here to talk about the name change, and what that really might mean. Everyone has spoken about Juan Cabrillo. Okay, that was a person. That is an identity. I spent a week in San Francisco, and I drove down streets that said Cabrillo. I drove through a town that was named after a saint where a mission was built where they enslaved people. Santa Cruz is named after a mission where people were enslaved. Santa Barbara, Santa Clara, you go down the coast and there are missions and everybody's so proud of the missions, and whoop-de-doo because hello, every one of those names commemorates the slavery that people are saying Cabrillo commemorates. Well, it's not Juan Cabrillo. It's a name of a road. So here's the thing, UCSB, UCSF, UC missions. Are we gonna change all of those names? I really support that we need to do something about what happened to the indigenous people. But I say $600,000 could change a lot of lives. And I say to support the living who wanna change their lives and move forward and get an education. And so I really hope that you will at least take a pause and reconsider what I think would be a tragic mistake for people who might otherwise not be able to get an education. And I don't think that leaving the name alone is perpetuating that person's actual memory. It's a name, it's Juan Cabrillo, it's not Juan. So we're not going to erase all of it. We can't fix it, guys. We can't fix it by this. Please reconsider.
Is Brenda okay? Great.
Okay, hello. Yeah, I'm a 4th generation resident of the Pajaro Valley, and I have 4 reasons to consider keeping the Cabrillo name. And one of them is California history. The Cabrillo name mainly represents the first voyage of exploration of the California coast and has come to mean our wonderful community college. Number 2, financial consequences. The original buildings here were built 60 years ago, early 60s. And they are in need of upgrades and repairs such as roof and plumbing replacements. And as mentioned earlier, if a future bond measure is needed to pass for repairs and upgrades, a name change could jeopardize the results. Number 3, Cabrillo is an HSI designated college. HSI means Hispanic Serving Institution, which is a public institution with 25% or more Hispanic student enrollment. It doesn't seem kind of ironic to eliminate our college's Hispanic name. You know, where's the logic? Just asking the question, you guys. Number 4, community divisiveness. Your decision to change the name is causing community division. And I so appreciate the fact that you've slowed things down to think this through. Why not ask for a countywide advisory vote to help you make your decision? That way you'd know what the majority wants. I mean, that would cool everything off if you found the answer there. Just let the people decide. And it's just another idea, and you know, maybe I'm crazy, but you could keep the Cabrillo name and name the buildings for indigenous tribes. And inside each building could be a display of that tribe's culture. Just some thoughts. Thank you for your time and considering.
Hello, my name is Frank Barba from Watsonville. I believe Martha's my trustee. I'm here to opposing the name change. I think there's better things we can do. It's a beautiful campus. I haven't been here like in 15 years. And I walked it and it's just beautiful. I don't think the name's gonna make a difference. I mean, it's the philosophy of a person. A person can make their own change. You are your architect. You can do changes, but a name is not gonna do nothing for you. The tools are here. The tools are here for you to be successful. You want to succeed, but if you're gonna cry about a name, then you have a personal issue. The philosophy is what you have to work on. You're gonna make a difference. I'm gonna make a difference. I'm gonna own my problems. But you know what? I'm happy that everybody's civil here and you know, good for or not, you know, just I'm proud of everybody. Because you know what? Everybody has to be heard. And this is why we're in a democratic society like United States of America. It's a good country. Thank you.
Could you perhaps call the name of the speaker after her so they could be coming up?
Sure. That would be you, Becky.
Hi, everybody. Honorable board members, President Wetzstein, thank you for letting me speak. I'm Cheryl Kern-Jones. I'm a faculty member here. And I am here to speak about 2 issues. One is the name change and one is our Native American community. I am here and I stand in support of the name change. I signed the original petition and I continue to support it. I think it is very important that we have the name of our college be a meaningful decision, and yet I see it as a symbolic gesture. The name is just a symbol, and without meaningful action on the part of our college and our community on behalf of representation of Native American people, Native American scholarship, education around Native American issues, history, culture, art, scholars that represent that community, I think that it is meaningless. And so when we originally came forward, the college was working very hard to become a Hispanic serving institution. We talked a lot about ourselves being a Hispanic enrolling institution, and we worked very hard. And I appreciate the great work of the board, the administration, the faculty, the staff, the community in coming together and working on a very meaningful 2-year process to identify needs, strengths, weaknesses, and active things that we can do as a college to become a Hispanic serving institution. Why are we not doing that for our Native American community? I ask the board to take up a parallel effort to become a Native American serving institution. The name change is one symbolic gesture without meaningful education. We're an educational institution. We are making it in as a token gesture. We need meaningful change. We have approached that some with our Hispanic serving institution efforts, but I have heard from Native American faculty, from students, that they feel they don't feel part of this college. They don't feel identified. And that I have heard that in many different settings. And they want to have efforts on their behalf. We have no program at our college on Native American studies. We have many, many courses that we are proud of in history and art, anthropology, many courses. Many courses, and I strongly urge us to change the name and involve the community, invite them into a task force, make that the launching of another parallel process to become a Native American serving institution. Thank you.
I said after Becky will be Julie Olson Edwards.
Thank you. My name is Becky Steinbruner. I hope you can hear me in the back. I want to thank trustees Vega and Spencer for early on really standing up for our public's right to speak for a reasonable amount of time and honoring those who have submitted written comment as well. Thank you. I also I want to present to you, I really support what the last two speakers have said. I think that you should not change the name, but I think that you should completely disassociate from the person that people are now calling association with the name of. There have been some excellent articles in the Sentinel, and one of them pointed out that Trustee Trujillo has descendants that did horrible things, but that's not you. So why are we doing this now? What can we do instead to make a long-lasting change, a positive change, not to erase history, but rather to educate those now and in the future of what has happened and why? Because if you erase history, we will repeat it. I really like the idea of the man who stood up and said, let's make buildings with names of different tribes, with interpretive panels. Let's have classes that educate people about what happened and why. That's going to bring a long-lasting change in our society and in our values and in the way we regard each other. I think that this board needs to issue a formal declaration disassociating Cabrillo College with Juan Cabrillo. You are not him, just as Trustee Trujillo is not the man in his background. Thank you. So I want to honor other people's time, but that's my suggestion. Issue a formal declaration of disassociation and do not say we're just going to postpone it, because it's simply putting a Band-Aid on a festering wound. There needs to be action that will give the public assurance that this is done and we can move on in a positive way. Simply postponing it only feeds mistrust that is only out there, that somehow it will allow funds to be mingled in and to support a change that has not been popular. Thank you.
Julie, and after Julie is Jerry Mandel.
Hi, I'll attempt it using my teacher voice, and I hope it carries. Julie Olson Edwards, I taught here at Cabrillo for starting in 1971, which is more than half a century ago. I'm part of that generation that has recently been cheered in the newspapers as the good old times. And there were things about it that were wonderful. This was a college I was proud to come to. It cared about the community. Brilliant teaching was pushed. The sense that we should do rigorous intellectual work here, that we should do occupational work. I'm incredibly proud of having been part of this institution for a huge part of my life. And one of the things I have learned reaching my ripe old age, I'm turning 85 in a few months, is that maybe my one piece of wisdom is that the world changes and that those changes require us to change. That the world has changed, Cabrillo has changed. What mattered here about service, about intellectual life, that has not changed. What has changed is the faculty. We have far more PhDs than we had when I was hired. We are a far more diverse faculty than when I was hired, diverse by race, culture, gender, in every way. Our students are incredibly different than the wonderful students I was honored to teach. This is a much more vital campus in terms of students who work full-time, raise families, come to school, and who represent cultures, views, and perceptions that when I started, we did not know. It is enriching our college, and this debate, painful as it is, feeds the intellectual life of this college. The people who are saying, I ain't going to pay anything, I'm not going to donate if you change the name, I'm taking my money out of the, my reaction is, did you disown your daughter when she changed her name? If she got married and changed her name. For that matter, if she didn't change her name, which was the tradition in your family for the last 500 years, you care about the person, you care about the institution. And I am so heartsick at the people in my community who have said, no, I'm not going to donate anymore if you change the name. It's not the name that matters, it's the work we do here and the work people continue to do here. And I think I have to say that that frozen feeling that you must keep the name is a loss of understanding what we do here and who we are. I am grateful to the board for being brave enough to have taken on this issue because students and faculty came to you. That was the thing you should do. Congratulations, hang in there, whether you decide to push it and work slower with the community or not. You're being brave and courageous, and I salute you.
Is this my mic right here? So I'm a little nervous, you know, I'm troubled by a response I've received from a couple of board members and that I've heard here tonight, that if we are opposed to the name change, which I am, that we're somehow misinformed or uninformed or we're bad people. We don't understand. And I'm a serious person and I have what I feel are valid reasons for wanting to keep the name. And I want to thank the board for the suggestion that this be brought back in November. Because I think you recognize that, well, here in this room tonight, we've heard probably about 50% of the people are saying we must change the name and 50% are saying no. What you saw in the emails and what you saw in our one local voice, the Sentinel, is that there's an overwhelming number of people in our county who, for valid reasons, want to keep the name. And it's not because we're racists. I've lived in Santa Cruz for 50 years. I've taken classes at Cabrillo. I'm a UCSC graduate. I managed the local, the Santa Cruz County Youth Symphony, and we put on concerts at Santerre Recital Hall. I'm a member of the President's Circle, and I have Cabrillo in my will. And of course, I want to support students. But these are the things those of us who feel unheard must think about. Like, well, maybe I can support the students through an institution that is listening, if this institution is not listening. So I would urge the board to explore a ballot measure. And if you create one, you can make a strong case to the public, and you can respect their decision on the ballot. And this room is, I feel it's not representative of the community at large. And so I really thank you for deferring the decision tonight, and I hope to be involved and helpful in any way I can with reaching out to a broader swath of the community. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is.
Will be next. Go ahead, Claire. Sorry.
Okay. My name is Claire Thorson. I teach art here in the art department at the college. As art instructors, we're learning to expand our curriculum to include important voices that have been historically marginalized and excluded, to celebrate the diversity of artists who contribute to culture, and to change the way we teach in the classroom by altering the practices that have excluded many artists from the discourse. We're making progress in the arts and in art classrooms, but our work isn't done. I support the renaming of the college because it supports students. I commend and respect the board for the process they initiated to learn more about the way the Cabrillo name impacts students, to create public forums, to listen to students, faculty and staff and community members, and to make the difficult decision to change the name of the college. Then to create a task force to solicit suggestions for a new name, to select from the suggestions, and to bring those suggestions back to the public for input. The process has been thorough and inclusive. At this time, I urge the board not to delay. I realize you made a decision, but there are many who are proud of the college's history and some who feel that somehow our accomplishments as an institution will be diminished or lost if we change the name. But I urge the board to stand strong in their decision, to move forward with selecting a new name, do the fundraising as planned, and to make this change that will bend the arc of our college's history towards social justice. Thank you for your time.
And then Natasha.
My name is Richard Beal. I have some suggestions and observations. The first suggestion is that we have a survey as soon as possible that includes all households within Cabrillo College District. One question survey will give you the answer to whether to continue to pursue this or not to pursue it. The one question is, do you want to change the name of Cabrillo College? Yes or no?
Yes.
End of story. Your last online survey did not include the name Cabrillo as a choice. One had to write it under the topic other issues. If Cabrillo would have been included with the other names, I'm sure it would have gotten more than 22%. 22% for those who had to take the trouble to write it in is a pretty good indication of the sentiment of those that might have looked at the survey. If you choose not to do the survey, be sure the name Cabrillo is included as an equal name option to those other names chosen, as well as a no name change option for all correspondence and studies that are done in the future. Please add members to the name exploration committee that do not want a name change for equal representation. In response to emails sent to the college, we get an email back that says, thank you. I do appreciate that. But you look down further on that email back and it says, if you want to contribute to the name change, please do the following. Well, the name change to me is not a fait accompli. Cabrillo is a community college, and the whole community should have a say in whether the name should be changed or not. Thank you.
And then after that is John Marinovich.
Hi, respected board and community. It's an honor to be here and be part of this democratic process. I strongly support changing the name of the college, and thanks to the careful and patient research and reflection that the college staff and trustees have done over the past 3 years. It's clear, I think, to me and many others that Cabrillo's name is not suited for what our college stands for. He enslaved people for profit. He violently exploited indigenous tribes, and his barbaric actions were the opposite of what the college stands for and embodies, which are inclusiveness, respect, ethical behavior, and learning across cultures. The college's mission includes empowering students to be responsible world citizens, promoting equality and equity, and fostering diversity. So to rename the college, I feel, is to align with that mission, which is exemplary, and to right the wrongs of history. I'm really proud to be a part of a community that includes this college. I got married on this campus, and I've been to a lot of great events here. And I'm also proud to be part of a community that has this process here that we're doing right now, and that we're able to listen to each other in a good-hearted way. We're also forward-thinking, and we have good sense to represent ourselves in a way that reflects our values of understanding, healing, and respect. And I hope that we'll all continue to take the high road by really deeply listening to each other in a compassionate way and putting kindness first, and patience and inclusiveness, so that we have a process that's worthy of us. Thank you.
Hello, I'm John Marinovich. I'm a longtime Aptos community member here, and I received my AA from Cabrillo in 1977, and I had a great experience here. I love the school, and I have a lot of friends who received their AAs here and transferred to four-year colleges. Just a little background, I played tennis here. I won a conference and a state championship for Cabrillo. But I also, one of the big things for me was that I met somebody, a teacher here named Dick Purvis, who taught economics and was my tennis coach, and became a big mentor for me. And he was the reason why I transferred to UCLA, and I got my degree in history. So that being said, as an alumni, I'm opposed to the name change. And the reason is that I believe you learn from history, you don't erase history. And I think that most of the students here can recognize Juan Cabrillo's accomplishments and his faults. We're all intelligent. We all went to school here. And I just think that it's a mistake to change the name because it may be politically correct. And I think that that most of my friends here who live here agree with me, and I just think that I'm very proud to be. I will associate myself with Cabrillo regardless. I contribute to the athletic programs here. I played tennis down at Cabrillo on tennis courts yesterday. I work out at the wellness center. I know a lot of teachers, and I know a lot of coaches here. And I will say that I think the community in general does not support the name change. And as a community, as being here, lived here for over 50 years, I'm just telling you right now, that I think it's not prudent to change the name. I think we all know who Cabrillo was. I think we all know what he did. And it's a name. We're not living in the 16th century now. This is 2023. And it's just a name like some of the other people up here spoke. So I respect everybody's opinion here. It's really obviously it's very diverse and it's complicated, but I think it should be a community decision, not a board decision. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Albert Romero, and like many of you here in this room, this is why you're here, you have a strong connection to Cabrillo College. Some of these connections, you're gonna have similar stories. I know you will. I grew up here, and I remember riding around the back of my mom's hatchback, couldn't see out the back window because of all the little Cabrillo parking stickers. Right? She was a lifelong learner. She took music classes here. She took swimming classes here. She took Spanish classes here. Back before repeatability started being limited by the state. Back in the 80s, during the storms of the 80s, I remember living in Bonnie Bean and being without power for weeks and sneaking into the gym at Cabrillo to take showers. Like now we open our doors as an evacuation center, as a staging ground for every emergency in the community, for everybody. As a student coming out of SoCal High, I had terrible grades. I had no money. And I came to Cabrillo, and the instructors believed in me. They inspired me. They changed my life. They saved me. I now have a PhD in chemistry. When a position opened at Cabrillo, I applied for it. I took a $15,000 pay cut to come teach at Cabrillo. That's how much I believe in this institution. The values that we have here and the giving back. When my daughter was born at Dominican, the nurse was one of my former Cabrillo students. And I don't have deep pockets. I'm a teacher living in Santa Cruz, but I donate to the foundation for scholarships. We all matter, we all care. So as a community member and a student, back in those days, I never thought much about the college name. Even though I'm Hispanic descent and Native American, and I knew the horrors of the past, I didn't connect the name and to that because I had the luxury of not knowing that and not really understanding the history as well as I probably should have. But now I do. And I kind of think of it like the highlights magazines for kids that we all read. Remember those hidden pictures that we used to have? Where they have some picture, you gotta find the little screw or the baseball or the carrot in the picture. And it's there the whole time, but you don't see it. But once you see it, you can't unsee it. And when you look away, you look back at that picture, now it's the first thing you see. I support the name change. As a community member, as an alumnus, as a faculty member, and albeit small donor, I'm invested in this institution more than I can even explain, but not the name, the institution. I'd like to thank the Board of Trustees for their voting 6-1 to do the hard thing because it's the right thing. When I come to work on campus, I want the first thing to come to mind to be opportunity, hard work, hope, not oppression and brutality. That's not what we stand for here. Now is the time to take Cabrillo's name off our community college. Thank you.
Is it Alma and then Danny Duckett, it looks like?
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Alma. I'm a current student at Cabrillo, and this fall will be my third year studying here. I'm also a Santa Cruz County resident, born and raised in Watsonville, California. And I'm here to express my full support at changing the name of the school and not delaying the process because of financial threats. It is extremely unfortunate and saddening that my education is so heavily influenced by a group of people who are upset over a name change. This country was built on a mishandling of power. And in situations like this one, we are able to see firsthand who has power and influence and over who. Capital is power, and we can see how people with capital can use it to get what they want. And in this case, it's the continuation of a violent name. A name that for many like myself represents erasure, a false history, conquest, and violence. By changing the name, we are shifting the lens to allow for another side of history to be told. We are allowing for students to be heard. By keeping the name, we are not erasing history. We are not erasing history. We are erasing other people's history. To the person that said, or to the individuals that are saying that removing the name is erasing history, my people's history has been literally erased, and Indigenous people's history has been erased and burned and destroyed by settler colonialism. So yeah, thank you for your time, and please continue with the plans to change the name.
Sarah, Danny, Docker here. If not, Nahara. Nahara, you have us, yeah.
Good evening, members of the board, community members. I know we were all rather be home at home drinking a Starbucks. But I want to begin with the quote. All right, let's go. Historically speaking, we went from being Indians to pagans to savages to hostiles to militants, activists to Native Americans. It's 500 years later, they still can't see us, and we're invisible. John Trudell, look him up. So I want to begin. I was a former president of the Indigenous Club here at Cabrillo College, and my group, we all talked about, we had our Professor Rushworth, who was one of our founding members, code advisors. And guess what he told us when he told us about the name of the Cabrillo? He committed all this genocide to this community, to my ancestors, to my people that look like me, raped them, gave them up, raped them, somebody that could look like me. When I hear the opposition say, just let it be, don't mind, it was in the past. What if that happened to me? And I'm a student here at Cabrillo College. And I'm a person that's an Indigenous woman, that missing Indigenous women go missing every day. Close to San Francisco, to San Jose, all over the United States of America. Right. And I've seen this happen when I grew up when I found out that I was Indigenous. It's a crazy story about that. But I didn't want to admit that I was brown. I was a Chicana. That I was, because I felt my color didn't matter. I felt my color didn't matter. So once I started I wanted to make change. So I had to get educated, right? We all gotta get educated, find out the real truth. It's hard being your first generation, being the only speaker in your household. But I know that change is gradually, you'll go up, and we'll make the change. To people that don't want to make the change, I'm sorry, but it's gonna happen. And I wish that you understand that I'm a voter. And one more thing, I seen this happen in 2010. The Watsonville mayor proposed this controversial city plaza and changed the name to Dolores Huerta. That didn't happen. Why? Because of a group of people decided, hey, we don't want a woman. We don't want a woman that's fighting for campesinos, because they're just Mexicans. I just want to say that. Thank you very much.
And then after that, Amy.
So howdy, my name is Andrew Morrissey. I'm a student here. This is my first time doing one of these. And so so I'm a student here. I completed my first year, going into my second year. Born and raised here. I went to Real Del Mar Elementary, Aptos Junior High, Aptos High. And when I left Aptos High, I applied for Cabrillo to be here. And it was there was an interesting thing that happened. And what happened was that Cabrillo had a large extension towards applying because a very large lack of students decided to apply for Cabrillo College. And why is that? They viewed the college not going to the college, not because there was a name problem or anything. They viewed it because they didn't believe this as a higher place of institution to go and learn. And I should have probably prepared an eloquent speech or something. But what I view this meeting as is that the community is prioritizing some other agenda other than the students, other than promoting scholarships for students, other than promoting pay rises for teachers, other than just promoting the students in general. And I understand there's a few students in here that promote the name change, but as a student, I've talked to many people, and I have not once heard a single student at Cabrillo College, and that includes the community at large, whether I work, and I have asked continually what people in the broader community has believed in, and they do not believe in this name change at all. And this is indicative that this is a little bit out of touch with what the broader community wants in general and what this Board of Trustees has prioritized. Is this institution supposed to prioritize changing a name, or is it supposed to prioritize its students? You know, thank you. And so when I finished my first year, I got these nice scholarships. And you know, when you start in a room with 50 to 100 people and you end up with 20 to 30 people less, and you hear stories where students are staying 4, 5, 6 years at Cabrillo College, is that indicative that this college is actually doing something right? No, it's not. And I understand that there's hard classes, not everyone can take it. And I've had stories of people that are close to suicide while being at Cabrillo College because they can't take the work, they can't take the payload, whether it's both college work and life work or their homes, and they just can't take it. And what has this college decided to do? They've decided to prioritize a name change over them prioritizing their students. So I hope something here happens where, you know, if we're gonna raise $600,000, you might as well give it to the students and actually prioritize student well-being. I thank you very much for this opportunity.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for letting us all air our opinions. I appreciate it. I appreciate hearing from everybody. My name is Amy Chen Mills. I have lived in Santa Cruz County for 30 years, including very close by in SoCal. My husband is a Cabrillo graduate and my oldest daughter is a student here in her second year. I prefer you not delay the name change. The change process itself is not dividing the community, but revealing divisions and separate realities that already exist. I feel the most important of these realities is of Indigenous people, people of color, and their allies who feel kinship with this issue. I offer here direct quotes from Valentin Lopez, chair of the Amamutsin Tribal Band, the most active organization representing the descendants of the Yupi tribe and Awaswas speaking people of this area. Direct quote, "The name of Cabrillo College must be changed. Cabrillo was one of the perpetrators that were responsible for destroying Indigenous people's cultures, spiritualities, and their ways. He should not be honored by having a college named after him. How are Indigenous people supposed to heal when every day the memory of the perpetrators, the memory of the destruction, the memory of the domination is facing them? I would like the college to be named to serve that the Awaswas people of these lands never be forgotten." These people are in the minority here. Do you understand what that means in terms of majority vote? That means something. The Amamutsin engaged in the following work, much of it in the Santa Cruz County region: the Native Land Stewardship Corps, the Native Plant Program for Land Stewardship and Restoration, the Cultural Burning Program for Forestry Stewardship,
the Coastal and Ocean Stewardship Program, the Sacred Land Defense Program, research and education and summer camps for tribal youth, land ownership and cultural easements for protection and care in perpetuity. As a majority white society, and I am half white, with all the privileges and power that colonization has granted us, which we can't see, we are fish in water with that. That's why we need to educate ourselves. This is the one opportunity to find humility and to learn to listen and to let go. We can afford to do this. It is an act of healing and love to let go of our ideas of what we may lose. And because it is an act of love, in the end, because it is an act of love, we will only gain. And how much time do I have?
3 seconds.
3 seconds. What's ending?
Thank you for allowing everyone to speak for a minute. Imagine if it was Trump. Oh, we're not.
Thank you.
No, I'm just saying. Why do you bring up the next thing? Are you on Zoom? I can't unmute. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well. I just want to let the folks in the Zoom room put their hands up now. Can they hear me?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought I needed to go off of mute. So I would like to call on the order that hands went up. I believe it was Randa Marhenke first. And Randa, we're gonna work on unmuting you so you can have 3 minutes. And then after Rhonda will be Daniel Dodge Jr., then Gary Reese, then Ez Hernandez, and then Ray.
Can't get my picture up, but anyway, you don't need to see it. My name is Randa Marhenka. I'm the widow of former Cabrillo College chemistry professor Carl Marhenka, the mother of 2 former students, a former student myself, and a regular contributor to the Cabrillo College Foundation. When I first heard the proposal to rename the college, I was disappointed, feeling a bit of nostalgia for this college, which has been a part of my life for so long. However, I later imagined what I would think if the name were Adolf Hitler Community College. No matter how good the school would be, I doubt that I would have encouraged my husband to leave Minnesota to teach here, or my children to go there, or to attend classes there myself. Such a name for a college would have revolted me. Some people in the county do feel very strongly against the name of Cabrillo, perhaps with an aversion as strong as I would feel if the college was named with Adolf Hitler. I'm amazed that some of this group have attended classes at the college at all. I don't think I would have. In an age when we need more, not less educated people circulate in this world, that is unfortunate. Though I still have to get my tongue around the Kayastaka name, I see some advantages. In comparison to most other names proposed, it is politically innocuous. It begins with the letter C, so things using CC initials would not need to be changed. 3, to those from a Western culture, it may seem to be silly to name a school after a jackrabbit, but in some cultures, the rabbit represents a clever trickster. Note Brer Rabbit of the Uncle Remus stories, and even the Mayan regal rabbit vase, which shows a rabbit stealing the clothes from one god and then hiding behind another god. 4, a jackrabbit is a namesake is no worse than having a banana slug as a mascot used by UCSC and could be very cute on sweatshirts. I think the use of any of the conquering languages, including both English and Spanish, inappropriate for the name now. And I recommend that we Western culture-oriented people relax and go ahead and accept Kayastaka as a name for Cabrillo College. I hope I'm under 3 minutes.
We're unmuting you now. There you go.
Go ahead, Daniel.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Thank you, Board of Trustees, for hosting this meeting tonight. I'm Daniel Dodge Jr., not to be confused with the other Daniel Dodge.
Shaking in the back of the room, Daniel.
Martha Vega is my trustee, and I want to say thank you, Martha, for stepping into the position that you've taken. I know you're listening to the people here in Watsonville, and I just wanted to say thank you. I'm 4th generation Santa Cruz County. My grandfather was one of the greatest high school baseball coaches in Santa Cruz County, a lifelong resident. I attended the Puente program right after high school in 2000. A great program, great counselors, great teachers. And I just wanted to acknowledge it's a great program. And I still to this day, it's done great work. I just wanted to say, this is a tough decision. Martha Vega, she hears what's going on here in the city of Watsonville. And I would just like to ask that, you still listen to the community. Hopefully, you could postpone your decision today. Hopefully we can have more meetings, whether at the Mello Center or the Watsonville City Council chambers, and let's keep listening to the people. This name change is, the people of Watsonville feel very strongly about it, and I know Martha knows, and I know a lot of the trustees know. A lot of Watsonville trustees hear what's going on, and hopefully we could keep continuing having this dialogue. And I just want to say thank you, board members. I know it's tough. I know you hear a lot of things, and it's tough out there, but I just want to say thank you. So thank you very much for letting me speak this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie Reese will unmute you next, and you'll be your next speaker. There you go.
Thank you. My name is Gary Reese. I served on the board for 25 years. I spoke at the original board meeting when the board voted to change the name. I voiced my deep concern about the effect changing the name could have on future bond issues. The last 2 bond issues were narrowly defeated, and those bond proposals were desperately needed if Cabrillo College were to be able to maintain and update its infrastructure so it could continue providing top quality educations for its students. There were comments about this shouldn't be about money. Unfortunately, the state legislature has determined that the only way that community colleges can update their infrastructure and provide the most technologically up-to-date learning environments for the students is through bond issues. So by considering what the effect is on a bond issue, it is not ignoring the students. On the contrary, it is totally putting the students of this community first. While I will not argue that there will be some students who will be adversely affected by the name of the college if it were to change, if it doesn't change, the negative impact on current and all future students due to restricted funds for growth and improvement should direct the ultimate decision. Not one person attending this meeting, including myself, can present a data-based answer to the question of what any name change will mean to the likelihood of a future bond issue being approved, or the potential loss or gain of philanthropic giving to the Cabrillo Foundation. Postponing the decision to November 6th will accomplish nothing if the board is not able to satisfy themselves and the community that these questions have been considered, answered to the fullest extent possible through scientific polling and/or a ballot measure presented to the community, and the results properly communicated to the community through a robust information and education campaign.
1 more minute, Gary.
One of the people have talked about a ballot issue. And if you were to postpone this till April of 2024, there will be 4 seats of board trustees up. There will not be a need to spend the enormous amount of money for a ballot proposition. And I am sure that if the board were to, if the decision were to be delayed till then, that there will be at least 8 candidates, 1 on each side. And you can then, the board would be able to look back and say, well, at least we know what 4 districts think about it. That still may not be enough information for the board to make a decision, but it's one way to at least gain some information. Give the community a chance to weigh into this vitally important decision. Delay their decision until the entire community has a voice. This is and always has been, after all, a community college. This perhaps will be the most significant decision the board has ever made in its history, and it must make that decision with the best data possible.
Thank you, Gary. Hernandez, you are next, and we are working to unmute you.
Yes, thank you. I am against the name change. I feel instead of changing a name and changing so much merchandise and school and all that logo and banners, where's the education? Why aren't you coming up with indigenous classes? And a question for the trustees and some of the people who have spoken. Have you all ever been to Indigenous Day or to a gathering? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Have you ever been to one? I mean, how can you say you want social justice if you never actually been to one? So that is my question to you. You don't have to answer this now. And some of the people in the audience, you want social justice. Where have you actually been to Indigenous Day? Or do you now get the day off with pay? Why? If you're not actually going out and learning about Indigenous peoples. I am against this. I will vote against this. And good luck, because these students are the students now think they're doing the right thing. The future students may get the raw end of this because funding will fizzle. Thank you.
Thank you. Ray, you are next, and we're working to unmute you.
Hi. First of all, I would like to thank the trustees for proceeding in such a deliberative manner and so carefully considering community feedback. As an alumnus, I believe we should change the name to one of the proposed indigenous names, Cayestaca or Aptos. The students of this institution are mostly from minority backgrounds, and venerating a genocidal conquistador doesn't create an empowering learning environment for those students. It's true, we are not going to change the names of every town and road with the names of conquerors and colonizers, but we can change this. History is written by the victors. Do we want to reaffirm the victory of the murderous, or do we want to make sure that we hear the story of this land that existed before that atrocity? To the people who don't want the change to change the name because we can't change everything, well, by that logic, why try to do anything ever? And for those who think we are erasing history, rest assured, California is replete with other symbols of conquest. Moreover, we are not erasing history. We are choosing to elevate the history of our state that has been suppressed and underrepresented for too long. As to the money issue, I do not feel that it is a core use of funds to address and correct this instance of institutional racism. That is the normalization and acceptance of a violent history of domination. I am sorry to see this matter prolonged. However, I hope that you will not place this on the ballot. The board has done a fantastic job of hearing community feedback, but ultimately, it is the decision of the board to make. The people who have participated in this process are the people who care the most. Putting the matter to a vote, a public vote,
will only put the decision in the hands of people who care less or are less informed. Moreover, it will be an even more expensive cost, making the argument that this is too costly in the first place more persuasive. Thank you.
And we will unmute you.
Are you still calling names?
The names that were submitted, we went through them all. Have you submitted? No, we're a lot of us. Did you submit one of these cards? I called Danny Tucker, that was the only name that didn't respond. We sent email. Oh, that's coming next.
No, but I submitted one of the yellow.
Okay, after Martine and Vanessa go, come on up, and then we'll go through the email list.
How many emails are we?
At 100.
Hello, everyone. Hello, I guess it's my turn now.
Thank you, Martine.
I just wanted to thank, first off, our board for your consideration. I know that it's been a long journey for you all. And like many others, I'm very disappointed with the commentaries that have been online. I feel the Santa Cruz Sentinel in particular has really tried to, I don't know, rabble rouse folks and play to folks' worst instincts, and perhaps get more subscriptions for their newspaper, which I understand is a valid concern for them. That said, I'm grateful for the dialogue that we have had, and despite the outcome of everything, we are talking about Indigenous issues, right? This is something that we never spoke about. We're talking about adding curricula of more Indigenous classes, more Indigenous teachers, an Indigenous program someday, right? This was not a conversation that was being had 3 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. I've heard a number of Indigenous folks say that this is the best time to be an Indigenous person in hundreds of years, right? And so I personally urge the board to take a vote on this, right? This board, not to kick this can down the road to a new board. I hope that, I understand the decision to include more folks, to include students in the process. That was one of the things that I heard from the advisory board, is they wanted to hear students input. It's been 3 years. We have had a lot of student input, but let's get some more student input and let's make a decision. But beyond the decision, let's continue to fund these programs, right? Let's continue to move in the right direction and have these conversations. So much of this history has been swept under a rug, has been fetishized, right? And now we're talking about this, and I think that's wonderful. And so I could go on, but I just wanted to thank everyone involved, and I look forward to having a continued spirited conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Vanessa Acevedo. I am a 2018 alumna. I'm first generation. I went to San Francisco State, graduated from Cabrillo. It took me a little bit to get out of Cabrillo, but I got to where I am. I'm currently working on my master's in criminology. I now work in local government, and the things that I have seen on the newspapers, on Nextdoor, on Facebook, it's extremely disappointing, but it points out of how we are moving in the right direction. Change is scary for everyone, and it's understandable, but I urge you not to put it on the ballot. We know the age difference. Everybody doesn't want to do the age thing or whatever, but it's true that the portion is not, it's just, don't put it on the ballot. And I've actually donated to the Cabrillo College Fund. So don't worry about the new generation, isn't it? We'll take care of it. I will do it, and so it's just that I, as a Chicana as well, I think that this is urgent. I think that you should move forward with this. And Martha, we did get off on the wrong foot during the floods, but you have earned my respect. I think this is great. I think everybody should change the name. That's all I have to say. So.
Thank you.
Sorry, we lost your.
Not a problem. My name is Chris, longtime Watsonville resident. I like to say I'm not from here, but I get it done here. Santa Cruz County, progressive, yes. Often unfortunately, performatively so. We have indigenous communities asking us, asking you to do better. The backlash says otherwise to me. The direct analog to this issue is the renaming of military bases named after Confederate generals who chose supporting the perpetuation of chattel slavery instead of expressing the promise this nation was allegedly founded upon. The federal government can do it, but somehow we can't or shouldn't. I imagine most here and this so thought of beacon of acceptance and liberalism support not honoring Confederate generals. I see no difference here. One member of the board said, "This is the hardest decision I've ever had to make. The underserved person, the marginalized person, the unhoused person, the disadvantaged would be so lucky to say the same thing."
Names out loud from folks who submitted emails. We have a request to read them if they're not here. We'll start off doing that, and if we reach a point where it's just getting too late, maybe we'll switch gears. Is Kitty Hansen present?
Just a point of order. Is there any chance we go through the list of people's names so we know how many people are here that can speak?
Tell me your name.
Michael King.
Michael, come on up. I'll find you here and just make a note that you'll have words.
Okay.
Michael, tell me your last name again.
King. Thank you, everyone. I'll try to make this within the 3-minute timeline. First of all, I want to thank the board, every single one of you who was involved in this. I've looked at a high level of your project plan, and I look at it not as just an average citizen, but my responsibility over the past 20 years accumulated my professional career in looking at projects and the success of projects. So I know where we are today, how much effort you put in this, how much you, with your heart, believe you've done everything you should on this. And by the way, Donna, nice to see you again. My representative, and I used to live next door to her for 25 minutes. To the community. Some of you have already looked at me as older. Am I older? Yep. Am I white? Yeah, I am. Really? Am I privileged? I know what that means. And I'm not going to challenge your thoughts about that. What I am going to say is this. I graduated from here, and the activities that my class and the people around my class focused in on Native Americans. We're not the first ones here to talk about Native Americans or the injustice. And by the way, I thank my predecessors on my father's side, one of which I just learned a few years ago, fought in the Civil War against the rebel flag for the freedom of the people who are really important in this country. And they would never have known that their great-grandmother, my 5th generation, was a slave on the east coast of this nation, born in China, brought over by 1 minute? Okay, I'll try to wrap this up. So the point is, I'm half Jewish. Naming Adolf Hitler really would touch me personally. And today there's hate against me as a Jew in this community. There's hatred for Blacks in this community. There's hatred for minorities. And I'm saying, I get it. Now, my question is this particular activity where you want to spend your efforts and money to do? Not saying whether it's the right or wrong thing. Is this the top priority of everything you can do? So what I'll say real quickly to the board, I've looked at your plan. And I think there are some things of improvement. I'm glad you're pausing. And I, at another time, would be happy to give you my personal professional critique on your next steps.
I see somebody with their hand up. I'm number 122. And then I'll go through the messages to give other people.
Keeping in mind that time is an issue.
Tell me your name, 122.
Deborah Windish of SoCal. My comment is more about the reputation of the college, not the name Cabrillo as it relates to an explorer, pillager, whatever he was. Cabrillo Stage, Cabrillo Music Festival, Cabrillo Nursing Program, they're all known as Cabrillo, and those names have standing in the community. New Yorkers who are on the stage there come here to perform here because this college has such a high reputation for excellence in theatrical performances. I just saw Hunchback 3 times. I'm not kidding. It could have been done in New York. And I just think that the awkward naming issues that we've had in the Bay Area recently, Pac Bell Park, SBC Park, AT&T Park, now it's Oracle Park, but Oracle was the arena over the bay. You know, that's like, what now? Just call it Giants Stadium and get over it. You know, it gets crazy. We've had another issue here, or down in Southern California. They took the Hilton Garden Inn and they named it Hotel Fera, F-E-R-A. What does that mean? Why did they lose the Hilton moniker? Does it mean what Hilton meant? Probably not. Do they get the same service that they had at the Hilton? Probably not. But it's a great big inn with a tiny little name that just sounds, to me, ridiculous. And what level of service do they have guaranteed? Probably nothing you could know or recognize or has no reputation. So that's why I'm thinking with Cabrillo College, and it's about the reputation. It's about not the person at all. It's about what this college has made that name become in terms of worldwide membership to our classes here. People come from all over the country to go to school here because they know Cabrillo College, not because it's called something unpronounceable, which I've tried to pronounce that other name. I can't pronounce it very well. It sounds ridiculous coming out of my mouth, and to call the stage that name or the nursing program that name seems awkward and like nobody will know where it is, what it stands for, have any reputational deep-seatedness with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would like to suggest a 5-minute recess for us to reconvene at 8:25 for more public comments. Thank you. See? You'll know I'm done talking to you when you're sitting and I'm done clapping. I'm coming back to you. Smithing.
Thank you very much. That was hosting on it, so you all, it's great.
Thank you. So it's been suggested, and I think it's a good suggestion, that rather than you run through the list, if you are here and you've not yet spoken, but you submitted an email, raise your hand and then I'll just check you off on the list. So I saw Enrique's hand go up and then Victoria's hand and then Stuart's hand, so. And Michelle Morgan. And Michelle Morgan, I didn't see your hand, now I see it. And, John. Okay, well, I will continue to ask, so who's going to continue to raise their hands, Enrique, come on up. And then Victoria, you'll be after Enrique.
All right, so as most of you are aware, I've been a teacher here and instructor in the history department for 18 years. One of the reasons that I was hired here at the college was to teach two particular courses, two Chicano studies courses. And those courses have their origins in the civil rights movement, the Chicano movement of the 1960s. Why these courses? Because our history as Chicanos, as Native peoples, have never been respected. Right, so it's not until the 1960s do we have this opportunity to present these courses. My wife grew up here. She went to Salsipuedes. The site is now called Alianza, and she's a teacher there. Right, her mom came here in the 1960s. She raised her 5 children on her own, owned a house. And she experienced a lot of discrimination against Mexican Americans, discrimination against Mexican immigrants. So the focus so we've been a part of the community for a long time, yet as this process, right, has revealed to us, we remain as invisible and inconsequential as ever. And that's been made plain here by what I've heard. The focus of my teaching has been to examine the voices of those who've been left out of the telling of their history. So I teach about Cabrillo. So in the end, my students come to appreciate the sheer level of devastation suffered by so many indigenous communities. They learn about the destructive institutions which enslaved and wiped away culture, language, and history. My students come away understanding that indigenous peoples didn't get democracy. And by the way, they didn't get salvation either. Right? And for Mexican Americans, what they got was colonialism and slavery. And for Mexican Americans, we also got colonialism, right? And we got second-class status. And by the way, that second-class status is going to stick around until the 1960s, 1950s lawsuits. But that's who we were, not real Americans. And even to this day, and you've heard that, this anti-Mexicanism is alive and well today. Anyway, no doubt Native peoples and Chicanos have survived, but we've done it out of sheer grit, creativity, and determination. But if students are able to come away with a new understanding and level of awareness in my classes, why didn't this happen here? Why isn't it happening here? I mean, what is going on? The threats against the Cabrillo Foundation have been especially disheartening, even alarming. The message, by the way, appears to be clear. Burn it all down if we don't get our way. That's what we hear, right? The disconnect between the mission of the college and some of these community voices is quite apparent and perplexing. Indeed, it appears more in line with the dysfunctional state of our national politics than with the welfare of our students. Understand, right, that to threaten the present and future funding would directly affect current programming, student finances, outcomes, and their futures. Is this irrational behavior? All right, so I'll end it, right? So for others, rather than to embrace one aspect of our overall goal of creating a culturally enhancing educational experience, a key component of our efforts as an HSI towards transforming our institution for equity and justice, they've chosen to attack it. Anyway, time's up, I'll end it.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Victoria Bañanes. I teach English here at Cabrillo College, also have been here for 18 years. I'm here today to urge you to move forward with the original plan and not delay and not postpone. The opposition claims to represent the majority of the people, but it does not. Instead, it represents a minority of conservative voices with greater access to cultural and economic capital and social media news outlets and other platforms. These loud conservative voices do not represent my views or the views of most Chicanx, Latinx, bilingual, Spanish-speaking, and/or immigrant people I know. This is why polls don't work. This is why taking it to the polls don't work. Imagine if the federal government had taken desegregation to the polls. It would never have been approved. In response to somebody who said, imagine if this were Hitler College. Defenders of Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo may scoff at the question, but the facts are the facts. Hitler committed unspeakable acts of genocidal violence. The colonizers committed unspeakable acts of genocidal violence. According to Russell Thornton, a Cherokee American anthropologist, over 12 million Native Americans were killed between 1492 and 1900, and that's just counting the area that today we recognize as the United States. The fact that Germans actively remember the Holocaust through laws, education, museums, and monuments, etc., but Americans actively choose to forget the United States Holocaust does not make the latter any less atrocious or significant. Therefore, I urge you to move forward with the college's renaming process. Rather than glorifying a Spanish conquistador, let us honor our Native communities, which have already suffered enough and are still dealing with the effects of historical violence and trauma. Let us move forward, not backward. Let us not cave into the voices of a vocal, conservative minority whose nostalgic desires to hold on to the name Cabrillo seem to want to take us back to 1959. Thank you.
Michelle.
Hi, my name is Stuart Rosenstein, and in my late 30s, I had the privilege of going back to school, and I had to basically unlearn everything that I thought was correct. And it was very hard, it was very painful, and every day was a challenge because everything I believed in crumbled before me. And change is beautiful. And I don't understand how once I learned something and once I become educated, as someone said earlier, how can you forget what you've learned? And now that we know what Cabrillo has done, whether it was named after a freeway or after the person, how can we continue knowing that it's okay to have a name that did so much pain and damage and crimes to humanity, to society? So I'm here to say thank you to the Board of Trustees of Cabrillo College for making a really hard choice. I want to thank them for spending 3 years in the process, doing it diligently. And I've been hearing about it over all these years. This isn't a surprise. I want to thank, as someone said, the beauty of the conversation, which is beautiful in itself, even though it's been really hard to hear some of the things that people have been saying, but we're doing it civilly. And I just want to just thank the board for their leadership. I also want to be one of the voices that say, please don't delay any longer and make a strong decision. And I want to close with one of the opening comments where some of the board members were not exactly on board for the name change. And once they learned, they then became more open to the name change. I hope we as a community do that. Oh, and I thought of one more thing. When I went back to school in my late 30s at Santa Monica College and then transferred to UC Santa Cruz, the gift that I walk away with is all the teachers that taught me so many beautiful things. And so the memory I have of my education is not specifically the school, It's all those teachers who spent decades teaching so many thousands of us. So I want to thank all the teachers at Cabrillo. Thank you very much.
My name is Michelle and I work at Cabrillo. I also attended Cabrillo as a student. Of my friends who went to college, most went to Cabrillo. My dad took classes here. My kids have taken classes here. For me personally, attending Cabrillo totally changed my life. And I had nothing but positive associations with the name Cabrillo. But over the last 3 years, I've had a chance to learn about who Cabrillo actually was. I've had a chance to listen to people with different experiences and histories than my own. I've had an opportunity to learn about the long history of our county. And I'm excited about the name change and the opportunity that it represents for our community. I love my job because I get to help people that I grew up with, their parents and their kids. But I also love my job because I get to interact with people from our community that I did not grow up with, who have different experiences and perspectives than me. And they enrich my understanding of our community. When I look at projects like the work between the California State Park System, the Amamutsan Tribal Band, and UC researchers on indigenous land stewardship practices, research on sustainable fisheries, and wildfire management, I'm so excited about that work and I want to be a part of that work. This is a hard process. We all care about the college and that's a good thing. I also want to thank the board. I think you've conducted this process with a lot of integrity and respect for everybody involved. And I really appreciate your service to our community. Thank you.
Is there anyone else here who submitted an email for public comment, who would like to either read their public comment or speak?
Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
I'm Michelle Tapp from the Early Childhood Education Department, and I would like to read our submission from the Cabrillo Chicano Latino Affairs Council regarding our support for the name change. Dear Cabrillo College board members,
thank you.
On August 19th, 2020, Cabrillo Hispanic Affairs Council voted unanimously to support the effort to change the name of the college. The rationale for doing so was well documented at the July 20th, 2020 board meeting, at which many spoke in support of this endeavor. 3 years have passed and CHOC has become CLAC and is part of the reckoning with the names and their importance. CHOC stands for the Chicano Hispanic Affairs Council, and as a group, we voted for a name change since Hispanic does not represent how we want to be named. As a group, we selected CLAC, the Chicano Latino Affairs Council. We replaced the term Hispanic since it validates colonialism through the connotation of from Spain. People from Latin America are not from Spain, but from Mexico, Guatemala, El Salvador, etc. Referring to ourselves as Hispanic is similar to those living in the US referring to themselves as Englanders, for example. That just wouldn't happen. Names matter. The name of our college matters, especially with the changing demographic where a student population is now over 50% Chicano Latino. CLAC does not take the issue lightly. We understand that changing the name of the college will not have an immediate impact on the persistent racism and inequities that many of our students and their families must deal with on a regular basis. Change doesn't work that way. However, beginning the process is absolutely essential at this moment in our culture. Many of our membership have had direct experience with being treated as second-class citizens in our own country as outsiders. For many of us, our educational experience from kindergarten to high school reinforced the sense of ostracism. Not only were we made to feel invisible, but our history was delegated as being inconsequential. In effect, we were told that we had no history. The naming of the college after Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo is yet another example of this one-sided view of history, celebrating European achievements while rarely mentioning those of Native people. Cabrillo was part and parcel of a process of conquest that brought on the near complete destruction of Native American societies throughout the Americas. His participation in the violent conquest of the Americas and the destruction of Native communities has been well documented. By having Cabrillo emblazoned on this institution of higher learning, we legitimize the false narrative that he arrived here as a bearer of civilization, moral righteousness, and enlightenment. And there is more to read in the public document that has been submitted as an email. And I want the board to know that future Cabrillo students, such as my daughter that's in the back, are here to listen and witness this process. And I want to make sure she feels welcomed as a person of color at this college. Names matter. Thank you.
I'm going to ask one more time. Are there folks who would like to? Okay, come on up. And did you submit something in public comment, or you're just here to speak?
I did submit it.
You did. Okay, great. What's your name?
Jan. YA. Dear Governing Board, my name is Jan Bañales Garcia. I'm a Cabrillo student who is majoring in engineering. I work for the Office of Student Equity, and I am also the club president of LUCES, which stands for Latinx United at Cabrillo in Engineering and Science. The reason for my letter is to urge you to move forward with the college's name change. Plenty of places have changed their name. Dixie State University is now Utah State University. Robert Lee High School is now John Lewis High School. Yes, a lot of people get upset and raise hell, but eventually life goes on. Take George Washington's statue for an example in Watsonville. Many people were angry at this removal, but the community prevailed thanks to brave leadership of the Watsonville City Council who listened to our voices. Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo was a man who oppressed Native people. I ask, why hold on to a name mirrored in genocide? The more we know, the more we owe. Change is healthy. We are an evolving society and names are important. The majority of students and staff at Cabrillo support the name change. Don't we have the right to pick a name regardless of the cost? As a Chicano student, I'm appalled by the opposition, which has made me feel unsafe in my own country. I used to think Santa Cruz County was progressive, but now I'm starting to see the true colors. People who resist the name change need to check themselves. What's behind that? To me, it smells of racial and cultural anxiety. Do they care that Facebook is now Meta or Twitter is now X? Probably not. But they're quick to attack Cabrillo and threaten its leadership. To me, this is shameful. I hope my college decides to do the right thing, which is to change Cabrillo's name as soon as possible and not wait any longer. Next year, I will graduate from Cabrillo and transfer. I look forward to the day I receive my diploma, but I sincerely hope I will not have Cabrillo's name on it. Thank you for reading my letter and considering that.
Good evening, members of the Board of Trustees, my union siblings, brothers, sisters, and members of the community this evening. I work, as many people know, I'm associated and work for the faculty union. So I purposely stayed out of this discussion for almost 3 years. But as being the only indigenous Chicano here that has had their religion outlawed in the history of the United States, I feel I should say something this evening. Do the right thing. Move this issue forward. There was a process that was followed. Many of us here participated in that process, as many people in the public. I would ask you that. It might not be the process that satisfies everyone, but it's a process. It's democracy. And that's why your elected officials that sit up there that have to make a tough decision. I can speak from experience on that. We could talk about land use and annexation some other time. But I do want to thank you for what this process has brought out in public. It has exposed a lot of the liberal, progressive racism that exists here in Santa Cruz County. We live in a segregated community, just as segregated as any community in Texas, Mississippi, or Alabama. Socially, economically, 50% of people in Santa Cruz have a master's and above, a high school degree and above a college degree, and in Watsonville, 15% and below don't. You call yourself an Hispanic serving institution. I had a problem with that for many years, but I won't say anything because Matt's here. And he allowed me to serve on the HSI community. Just want to acknowledge that. But if you read this land acknowledgement, every meeting that you have, all right? Every meeting we have about recognizing the sovereignty of indigenous land and the people that were here before. Put it into practice. Practice. I also want to remind people that I was part of a group of people in Watsonville that proved that there's racially polarized voting in this county. There is a history of it. You will exclude 1/3 of the population by holding a vote instead of making decisions. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I know what the staff report says, but I'm asking you to, as we say, do the right thing, take a stance, vote this evening, move forward.
Before I move to the hand that's up in the Zoom room, are there any other folks in this room who emailed and would like to read your comments or speech? If not, I will go to the person in Zoom. Janice Premise, we're working to unmute you now, so you can speak.
Thank you. Dear members of the Cabrillo College Board of Trustees, as a 1975 alum of Cabrillo College, I am very disappointed that the board is considering a name change for Cabrillo College. I just learned of this plan quite recently, even though it started back in July 20th, 2020. I've attended the community forums and thoroughly read the name exploration task force report and recommendations. And now I strongly appeal to you today to reconsider this decision. As an alum and donor to the school who has made significant bequests to the college's renowned School of Nursing program, as was mentioned previously, this is very disturbing to me and the 8 members of my family who attended Cabrillo, as well as my many fellow alums. I understand that the name change discussion started in July 2020 as a result of recommendations from students. Back in the 1500s, Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo created a legacy of colonialism and subjugation, and keeping the Cabrillo name may be mistaken for the school's condoning such behavior. To be honest, as a graduate of Cabrillo and San Jose State and local community health advocate, I did not even know this part of the history. Instead of changing the college's name, why not use our name of the past 64 years as an opportunity rather than a political mistake? In other words, make this a teaching moment for all students, past, present, and future. Here's a suggestion. Acknowledge the pernicious behavior of Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo while reminding students and teachers that this occurred in the 1500s. And while Cabrillo's behavior was reprehensible, it was likely typical of many explorers of this time. Also remind students that we, citizens of California and the students at this school are in many ways beneficiaries of Cabrillo's beneficiaries of Cabrillo culpable behavior on the land he explored, which is of course the beautiful California coast. Does that make us accessories to his actions? Are we benefiting today from Cabrillo's behavior? What would California look like today if Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo never existed at all? Does living here make us guilty? The college has the opportunity now to see Cabrillo's behavior within a cultural and historical perspective and encourage students to do the same. I recommend our community keep the Cabrillo name and also provide a short history class on Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo's actions and misdeeds and why the college has chosen to keep his name, and maybe even a plaque as an appropriate spot in our beautiful campus. I also like the idea of naming each building after an indigenous. I feel strongly. What?
That was 3 minutes. Thank you, Janice. I see someone else with their hand up, Samain, in the Zoom room. Can I unmute them?
Hi, my name is Lee Halavity and I'm number 147 on the emailed public comments.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Please do not defer the decision to choose a new name. This college is my home. I grew up here. After graduating from Harbor High in 1992, I came here to study and I never left. First as a student, then as a student employee, and now as a permanent employee with 2 degrees from this excellent institution. Today, I'm still a student enrolled for a class in the fall. I have a strong emotional attachment to this college, and I support the need to change the name. I applaud the bold position the board has taken by listening to the reasons, educating themselves, and validating the request by voting 6-1 to change our name. I would encourage the board to retain this boldness and commitment. I acknowledge this is difficult when faced with loud community opposition. I implore the board to summon the bravery to continue the process. Changing the name is the right thing to do. Doing the right thing may not be the popular vote, does lead to division, and it isn't easy. However, doing the right thing shouldn't be up for a vote. Now that we know the atrocious deeds of the man named Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo, how can we further delay this change? By picking a name tonight, we can begin the long and involved process of fundraising and planning the transition. The bulk of this work will fall to the classified staff, and we can use all the time we can get to implement and ensure a measured and efficient transition without burnout. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. With their hand up, and I think I recognize that name from the list as well. Carol, were you on the list of people who submitted written comments? You're unmuted, so you can speak.
Hello? Are you?
Yes.
Are you calling me?
Yes, Carol.
Okay, hi. Oh, I'm conflicted really because I wrote a letter and I am learning more and more and more. I really would, well, I stand by what I say at the very end, which is to continue the process, because I think a lot of us, including me, weren't paying a lot of attention. I really wonder how it is that Cabrillo was named that in the first place. What were people thinking way back then, or didn't they know? So anyway, let me just read you briefly my history here in Santa Cruz with my husband, Paul. Hello, this is Carol F. Berman, a resident of Santa Cruz County for 50 years, along with her husband, Dr. Paul Berman. For 6 years, I served on the Cabrillo College Foundation Board when Fred McPherson was the president of the board, along with the notable Bob Swenson, the first president of Cabrillo College. For 40 years, we lived on Porter Gulch Road near to the Horticulture Center and at Cabrillo and across from the Cessnon House and athletic fields. My husband, Paul, an orthopedic surgeon, was the volunteer doctor for the Cabrillo College football team for 29 years, and for a short while, the basketball team doctor. He was recently honored by being inducted into the Cabrillo College Athletic Hall of Fame. We have been members of the President's Circle at Cabrillo College for decades. I want to acknowledge our longtime friend and former county supervisor, Rob Lee Levy. for her courageous words about her concern and critique about changing the name of Cabrillo College. My husband Paul and I share her concern. I am a licensed clinical social worker and have devoted my professional life to being able to self-reflect and be open to hearing about my own and others' implicit unconscious biases. One of my concerns is that changing the name of the college would be whitewashing the memory of horrible oppression and atrocities of the Spaniards upon the indigenous people in Santa Cruz, California, and elsewhere. Many of us are just really learning in more depth the history of who Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo was and his own atrocities upon others. The silver lining is that we are much more open to and in lots of discussions about the notion of genocide, diversity, unconscious biases, and so forth. An important question is, why has it taken so long for us to have these discussions? I think the Latinx group of people are more empowered and much less ashamed of coming forward to state their feelings, grievances, and future wishes, but that doesn't mean we need to change the name of the college in order to hear their grievances. I am Jewish. I would not like a school to be named Hitler High. The atrocities of Adolf Hitler are fresh for us. No one in America would accept that school name, except perhaps for some white supremacists who I surmise may be dealing with the shame that perhaps they are descended from Nazis themselves and don't have a healthy way of processing that knowledge and guilt. I have known Sandy Leiden for years, and we have traveled with him on various excursions and listened to his lectures. The name Cabrillo College is well known and held in high esteem. How will it be recognized in the future with a strange new name? I have strong feelings that women's maiden names be written on their gravestones so that people walking by can recognize someone they may know and remember. I made sure that—
We're at 3 minutes.
What?
We're at 3 minutes, Carol.
Thank you. I'm almost done. I made sure that my mother's maiden name was on her gravestone next to my dad's. That in itself is a reminder of the denigration and bias against women who get buried under their spouse's name and whose childhood identity is lost. And I'm just going to say, I really like the letter to the editor by Claudia Bolton, who talks about naming the different buildings at Cabrillo, indigenous names, and teaching more about the people, and Rob Levy's suggestion that courses be mandatory about the history of the harm done and to bring to life more creative ways to bring forward these people. I really applaud Rob Lee's efforts to come forward and challenge the Board of Trustees' seemingly too hurried a decision to replace the name. A ballot measure or survey to the entire county is called for before that is done. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Carol. Is there anybody else on Zoom who wrote in with public comment who would like to now read your comments? Raise your hand or go on camera. I will see none. I'm pretty sure I'm going to read this list and find that folks aren't here. Kitty Hansen. Is there still a desire to read these out loud? Or are folks okay knowing that you can access Kitty Hansen's comments publicly online? Okay. Are we okay?
Kitty's opposed to.
Yeah, we can say that.
They're all included in this document that's attached to the board agenda. Public comments. Every comment that was received via email is included verbatim. If there was a letter submitted, there's a link to the letter which you can access. Wanted to share that.
Thank you, Rhonda. I'll go through and just say folks know the name of folks and whether they wrote in with support or opposition.
You have a tally of the letters?
I do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bruce Greenstein wrote in, I'm assuming not here, with opposition. Thomas Betts wrote in. Somebody, okay, thank you for pointing out somebody is in the Zoom room with their hand up. And can you take them on? And introduce yourself.
My name is Valentin Lopez.
Oh, great. Thank you for being here, Chairman Lopez.
You're welcome. And I'm the chairman of the Ama Mutsun Tribal Band. I want to thank the members holding this hearing tonight. And I want to thank those who participated in tonight's talk. Really, really insightful talk and a lot presented both sides very well. This is a difficult position for us because we do not, we want to be very careful in how we present our tribe in public and stuff like that, and getting into some, and this has potential to get controversial, and that's difficult for us. So I just want to make a couple points here. And these points, some of these points have been made already, but it's important to understand that in the entire greater Santa Cruz County, there's no survivors of the indigenous peoples that were there. They have all been erased. There are no known survivors. There may be some, and we certainly hope there are, but at this time, there's no known survivors from the 7 Owasso-speaking tribes. These tribes never spoke, never signed a peace treaty. They never signed away their land rights, their water rights, or their mineral rights. These lands were stolen. So every day you wake up and you live in these, areas. Every morning you wake up, you put your feet on the ground. You're putting your feet on the ground that was stolen. I want to say that I want to go back in history. In 1453, the Pope there was 2 papal bulls. And papal bulls are official doctrines of the Catholic Church. And in 1452, the Catholic Church, the Pope wrote that all indigenous people are heathens, pagans, and savages, that indigenous people have no soul. And that's an important one. If you have no soul, you're not a human being. That's again, they could kill us, they could rape us, they could steal our land. Ooh, 1 minute. I got a whole lot more to say. And then the doctrine of discovery, they say go out, discover these lands, and force assimilation to the indigenous people, or they were to be vanquished. Vanquished meant they were to be killed. Mm-hmm. What we're asking now, I'll just jump ahead. What we're asking now is that for healing, and healing not only for the, our people talk about healing a lot, but it's healing not only for the indigenous people, it's healing for the perpetrators. Perpetrators got to heal. And the people that are there tonight, we're not saying that they're the perpetrators. We ask them to recognize how much they benefit from this history. And what we ask is that they help indigenous people heal from this history and help us restore our culture, spirituality, and et cetera. A big part of helping us heal is by telling the true history of our people and not honoring and glorifying the people that were responsible for the destruction and domination of the indigenous people on these lands. Finally, I'm going to say that we're disappointed that there's no Native American faculty on campus. And we ask the administration to work with our tribe to help them set up the courses for indigenous studies there of Native Americans, and we will work very closely with you to get those established. If they're to feel welcome there, there must be faculty members there who are Native American, and that so that's extremely important. I'll stop there, although I have a lot more to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. So, with that said, I'm going to read through some names really quickly of folks I'm fairly certain aren't here. And if you hear your name and you are here and you want to speak, let me know. Left off at Thomas Betts, Catherine O'Kelly have written in opposed. Her name is, her letter is included publicly. Andy McClimate wrote in with opposition. Marcella Tavantes and Jesse Palencia wrote in with support, but some concerns. John Marketown wrote in with support, but concerns over the name, new names. Hubert Hudson wrote in opposition. James Parks McKay wrote in opposition. Nancy Maynard wrote in opposition. Lois Ketterland wrote in opposition. Jonathan Krupp wrote in opposition. Kristen Oslin wrote in opposition. Vivian Simone wrote in with support, but concerns about the new names. Elizabeth Dillon, I don't think I was able to discern whether it was opposed or support. Opposed, great, thank you. Diana Schilling opposed. Lynn Dispelder was opposed.
Lynn actually asked that we read her one and Al.
Oh, okay.
I can do that.
Sure.
Let's start the clock. Lynn and Al Strickland, keeping the name Cabrillo needs to be one of the alternatives for your survey. As you vote to accept the subcommittee's call for a delay in the action plan, also please consider the following. The trustee cannot vote affirmatively on something that doesn't have the funds. We definitely agree and support the position that all the needed money must be in the account before voting to implement any of the suggested names for the college. In a Sentinel article on July 14th, Friday, Trustee Spickler supports moving ahead to decide a name change at the August 7th meeting, regardless of funding guarantees, saying, I'm confident we can walk and chew gum at the same time with this aspect. Really? That is not a financially responsible attitude or policy statement. Another metaphor, don't put the cart before the horse, speaks to your subcommittee's recommendation as well as the voices who provided support and information for an educational approach to the history of the college's name. $2,500 currently in hand for a projected $400,000 to $600,000 estimate to change Cabrillo's name is not a feasible amount. And there's no mention about funds in a renaming budget to cover compensation to businesses in the church for the Cabrillo College Drive address for a name change, nor a budget item for the potential cost of lawsuits from such entities. They also sent in additional emails that are linked to the document. So that's Lynn Spelker, I believe.
Thank you. Roger Emanuels wrote in with opposition. Nyanku Nyansu is here, wrote in with information, but didn't include an oppose or support position. Keith Adams wrote in with opposition. Carolyn Jim Williamson wrote in with opposition. Michelle D'Amico wrote in with opposition. Annabelle Corrigan wrote in opposition. Cecilia Robbie wrote in opposition. Rosemary Sarka wrote in opposition. James Eggleston and Suzanne Paradis wrote in support. Laurel Stump wrote in opposition. Peter Klotz Chamberlain wrote in support. Anita Radov wrote in opposition. Leslie Chow wrote in opposition. Michael King spoke here tonight. Gail Ortiz wrote in opposition. Brenda Wood, opposition. Marvin Standrich, opposed. Antonin Bettman, opposed. Bryce Winter, opposed. Deirdre Rogers was in support, but additional comments about the name choices. Trishan Cummings was in opposition. Terry Thomas just wants us to have a county vote. Joan McCarthy was in opposition. Ann Endres wrote in with support. Jay Wolf wrote in opposition. Nancy Heichman wrote in with some support, but concerns, I believe, about the new name. Delilah Cicero, opposition. Rob Lee Levy wrote in with opposition. Judith Strand wrote in opposition. Gary Patton has taken at least a very public stance on a vote, countywide vote. Ron Sandich wrote in support of the concerns over cost and the divisiveness in the county. Julie Thibault was in opposition. Thibault, thank you, was in opposition. Takashi Mizuno wrote in. At first, it was unclear, but he sent in a follow-up email that looked like it was in support, but he also wanted to discuss various new names for both the Aptos and the Watsonville Center. Linda Keever wrote in opposition. Both Ron Israel and Herb Decker were very strongly in support of moving forward with a vote of the general population. Chelsea George was in opposition. Catherine Hilger, opposition. Christina Waters, opposition. Michelle Bernstein was in support. David Cooper in opposition. Jane Hill in support. Seb Frey in support. Jerry Livey wrote in with support. Tommy Alejandrez in support. Thomas Reardon in support. Mark Manger wrote in support. Amy was here and spoke tonight, and to highlight that. Dima Chavensky wrote in with support. Wayne Palmer in opposition. Jacqueline Davidow in opposition. David Libby, he had just a suggestion about the new name for the college. Ben Kyle Hufa in support. A couple of people who spoke. Micah Hammond in support. Joanna Kinnett in support. Anthony Ross in support. Alini Johastiner in opposition. Nick Ross in support. Kaleo Kalani Palahua in support. Anna Paginelli in support. Ronald Kaplan opposed. Andrew Curtin support. Carolyn Post opposed. Richard Beal was here in person. Murphy D'Souza was in support. Noel Garen Bach was opposed. Maureen O'Connell support. Gary Pihoto was opposed. Gregory Bondi support. Gary Freeman opposed. Linda Israel really would like it to be a countywide vote. Leslie Carson opposed. Nancy Ross support. Doug Husky opposed. Eve Eden support. Lita Vala support. Nora Beardsley opposed. John Marghetto opposed. Robin McDuff opposed. Earlene Overend opposed. Barbara Christensen Sorensen really would like a public vote. Linda Felder opposed. Kathy Kisrick in support. Deborah Conroy opposed. Rebecca Horone support. Ed Mendoza opposed. Lucien Kubo support. Debbie Melanikoff opposed. Barbara Riverwoman support. Sandy Lyden wrote in opposed. Rebecca Garcia wrote in support. Carolyn Livingston opposed. Sean Livingston opposed. Stuart who was here. Matthew Nathanson support. Michelle was here. Ophelia Garcia just wrote in to support the delay that was recommended. Susan Gilchrist also wrote in just simply to support the delay that was recommended. Enrique Huelna, oh, you read your comments here, Enrique. Sorry, I should have highlighted you. Tom and Elaine Roberts wrote in with opposition. David Cooper in opposition. Deborah Winzich, opposition. Bob Ash wrote in with opposition. Elaine Sanzari, opposition. Jeffrey Werner, opposition. Gary Nolan, opposition. Kara Jensen wants a countywide vote. Elias Earhart in support. Robert DeFreitas and Vigo De Silva opposed. Stanhope Cunningham would like a countywide vote. Dora Rosen in support. Ray Spencer Hill spoke already. Carol Berman spoke already. Owen Kelly, support but concerns over the new name. Bob Fifield opposed. Natasha spoke here tonight. Juan Manuel Garcia Areto spoke in, wrote in support. Drew Mather had support but concerns about a new name. Joe Kenny in support. Victoria spoke tonight. Jason Camera opposed. Richard Torville made the list twice and spoke. Gene Struck in opposition. Rick Graziani, I did not record whether it was opposition or support. I don't know if somebody has the letter back.
I think he's in favor of keeping the name.
Okay. Nikki and Elaine Rebecki opposed the name change. Malcolm Terrence opposes the name change. Jerry Kay would like it to be a countywide ballot vote. We heard from Lee Slovati. David Yule wrote in with support for the name change. Julie Lambert wrote in opposed to the name change. James Smith wrote in opposed. Catherine Nation opposed. Wendy Harris wrote in support. Leslie Gunnels Ramos wrote in support, but with some concerns about the process. Ray Leclerc wants a countywide vote. And Jenny Hastings wrote in with support. Albie and Dana both shared their thoughts here. all of that said, just the folks who wrote in and didn't speak, actually, the folks who wrote in, even if they didn't speak, but who wrote in advance, about 60% of them were in opposition to the name change or want a countywide vote. 38% are in support and maybe have some thoughts about a new name. And then there's just a very small perimeter of folks who they didn't weigh in with an opinion at all. And then when you include the folks in the room, 13 of which were in opposition, 29 of which spoke in support of the name change. Over, and everybody heard, 54% of folks opposed changing the name of the college and or feel it should be a countywide vote. 45% of folks who've either written in or spoken tonight are in support of the name change and would like to continue discussing the potential name change for the college. That is it. I'd like to wrap up public comment and move on to the rest of our agenda. There are any, shall we move forward? I would like to invite folks, I'll call in just a second, Amy, to please stick around and see what the rest of the board meeting is like. You might find it fascinating. You might go home. Two things other than dealing with his name. Amy?
Well, because this is being recorded, there was a statement from a group of Asian Americans that was published in Lookout, and there were at least 20 people who are not on this list, who you could add to this list, because if they had known that they wouldn't be counted, right, they would have wanted to have been counted because they republished the statement in Lookout together, and we took a lot of time.
If you could email it to Ronette, we'll include it. That'd be great. Thank you. And anybody else who is within earshot, if you didn't submit comments or speak them tonight, feel free. I need adoption of tonight's agenda. We don't need a vote. All in favor? None opposed, right? No. Okay. It would be unanimous. So, we're gonna move on to action items. And our very first action item is the deferral recommendation by the college name exploration subcommittee. And let me start by opening up for a motion to defer selecting a new name for the college at this time, so that the name exploration subcommittee may explore options for and recommend how we better assess and engage the wider community on a naming timeline and process that unifies rather than divides the greater college community. In line with this motion, the subcommittee intends to return to the board with a recommended course of action by November 6, 2023. Is there a first?
So.
Second. First by trustee Rockwell, second by trustee Wood. And is there anybody who would like to open it up for discussion? Trustee Trujillo.
Well, 3 years ago, I ran on the issue that we needed to change the name of the college. And guess what? I was told it was political suicide, and I was told that I would lose, and I wanted more than 60% of the vote in District 7, including all of northern Monterey County and half of Washington. Folks, I'm not at all torn about why this needs to be done. It needs to be done. It's overdue. 5 decades. Yeah. I did the research 31 years ago. I was a teacher at Allison High School. I was asked by the assistant superintendent of Salinas High School District to write an American history course. And you know what I found, along with Manuel and I? We found that over and over and over again, Cabrillo's name came up with the almost unbelievable horrors that he committed. Rape, using women as his soldiers of for their pleasure, spread syphilis, he spread measles, he spread smallpox. He took everything from Indians who practiced palax, which means to give things away. So the man was a complete, well, he was even worse than Donald Trump, as you can imagine, that's pretty bad. Yeah, I mean, this man not only did not belong on the name of this college, he doesn't belong on the name of Cabrillo or anything else. So I'm going to ask that we shelve this and table this motion to another time, and that we announce who actually did in the contest. We know who won. Adam, you made it very clear, it's gonna be announced this evening, so you, Matt. That doesn't mean necessarily we have to approve that name, but the public has a right to know. We conducted an election, and there were many, many hundreds of votes. We need to name who that, who that was, how many votes that name choice got. And I think we should table this motion, to be honest with you, because I am willing to take another month or so. And I'm willing to have people confirm whether they are in favor of this name, that the majority of those voting online want it. But I'm not in favor of delaying this. I agree with Daniel Dodge Senior, thank you, Daniel. I agree we shouldn't delay it anymore, at least not more than a month. Thank you.
Are you asking for an amendment?
Yes, I am. May I make the amendment? I'll make it now. That this be tabled until next month, that we announce who won the contest, okay? Not that it's going to be the final say so as to it will be the name, but we need to let the public know. We promised that we would have and aware of the contest online, we have the name, I think we should be able to do that.
Right,
That's the motion. If you're making a motion to table supersedes everything, we would need to vote on that motion, assuming it gets a second. All right.
so you're motioning to table the deferral.
Yes, until our meeting in October, pardon me, September.
Okay, so is there a second to table the motion to defer? Is there anybody who is seconding this motion?
The motion fails, it doesn't give us.
Okay, I'm calling time, nobody is raising their hand. So we're not tabling this motion. Is there anybody who wants to further discuss the motion, which includes entertaining an amendment?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Trustee Cabrillo indicated that the committee has, did you guys come up with a name? I know that you're deferring it. But did the subcommittee have a name in mind?
So, no, what we did was we learned that through the surveys, both in the forums and online, that outcomes rose to the top of the list. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that was the recommendation of the new selection task force. It was the most popular choice. And there was a lot of discussion around, from the task force members, some surprise that that was the top choice in, especially through the surveys, because as we were in.
Can you please stand up for him? We can't.
Sure. I'll speak as loudly as I can. Some of the conversation in the name selection task force meeting on July 28th included some surprise that in the surveys, the name Aptos was at the top, because during some of the community forums, as people were discussing names, there was a clear, large number of folks who changed their mind from Aptos to a different name afterwards. So what we saw in tally numbers didn't equate or didn't match up what people's experiences were in those community forums. That's part of the larger discussion and why the task force, it didn't actually select a new name, but what we can say and what I believe Trustee Trujillo is getting at is we did conclude a survey. And the survey did show results. I'm just not sure those results are as scientific and as sound as they could be.
I have another question.
Sure.
The name selection subcommittee.
And would you like her to?
Can I allow that?
Spell it out.
Teacher. Okay. The name selection subcommittee, you've indicated before Monday met, but can you just clarify? You met 5 times subcommittee. Can you clarify the day, the time of the day that the subcommittee met? Just to clarify.
They met on Fridays from 12 to 1 and 2 o'clock.
12,
Yeah.
12 to noon, Sunday.
In April through the last meeting on July.
The task force or the subcommittee? Sorry, clarification. The
Task force, that 5 times. We scheduled virtual meetings at noon to 1:30 for 4 of the meetings. So that people could do that on their lunch hour, or whatever, that was fine. But the last meeting on the 28th went to 2 o'clock.
Okay. And I have another question. Would it be open for additional individuals if they wanted to join the subcommittee to have an opportunity to join? Or it would just be with 24 individuals that have been on the committee?
The subcommittee, the task force are the 24.
Yeah.
Adam, myself, and previously a student had been the subcommittee. I think the notion and why we are asking for a deferral is to have an opportunity to have more voices in that subcommittee to kind of rethink some of the processes and move in a recommendation. So that issue is on the table. It's something that that's one of the things that we think about in terms of moving, give us a little time to think about what might be a better way to do this. What might improve access and conversation, even though I would say, as I said earlier, the task force included people on that task force who were not in favor of the change and who changed their minds. So that was one body, the subcommittees another, and clearly Adam and I came forward with our student with a recommendation to change. So we're open to thinking about should there be a larger subcommittee for that.
I'd like to speak in favor of this motion. The process did not engage the community. We voted in November, and that's the first time the community received the report, and within a half an hour, we voted for it. There was no time within the delivery of the report to the election, and the community reacted because they were engaged. I would suggest that if we're doing our education properly, we have an opportunity, as Christina said, people who went through the process changed their minds. You do not change people's minds by being bullies and insulting them. We have to go back to the education of what we stand for and where we're going. So I support this clause.
Any other questions or comments? And if not, we've got a motion on the floor that's not been amended. And we can take, is it a roll call vote?
No.
Okay.
And the task force meet, in the evening, like Monday. I know that we have students, we have staff.
We're not open to subcommittee or the town. Yeah, well, and right now, so the subcommittee exists to drive the planning. It really, believe it or not, our function all along has been less about getting to a solution or an outcome and more making sure we're bringing people in to help guide us in that way. So the next iteration, we may call on the same task force members, we may add to those, people may drop out. That's yet to be determined. I think you're bringing up some ideas. I think what I'm hearing is access.
Access.
Yep.
Will work.
And
From 12 to 1:30. I mean, I'm making sure only have 30 minutes of that to grab lunch and then return to the classroom. Yeah, I as a teacher wouldn't have been able to participate. So I'm being very mindful, this is a community college. We need to be able to have everyone's voice. It's critical. That's why from the beginning of the meeting, I was like 2 minutes. Public comment usually is 2 minutes. We all have a voice, and like we saw, but we're running out of time. And it's critical that everyone's voice, this is a community college, and we had a very robust conversation, and we wanted to be able to have that. There was a lot of discussion that things that were raised, great ideas, having indigenous names and buildings. Many courses, you know, that do not include Native American, we should. Stan Rushworth was my instructor. So, so it's really important to me. This is a community college. We should include all cultures, not, you know, in addition to indigenous names being on the building, this should be all cultures and having additional staff here. So for me, I listen to the community. In Watsonville, there's people that are opposed, and support, people that are in, you know, wishing for it to be on the ballot. So I'm very mindful. I'm taking it all in.
And I think your point is the one is well taken, and that is why we were proposing we defer the decision now, because we're clearly in sync with the idea that there needs to be more access. And we're open to the whole notion of timing and who's involved and how that's done. But we haven't come to it. We just need time to explore that more and make a recommendation. So we're on the same page on the access issue.
I feel like that, I agree with what Kristen is saying. I think you were explicit in this recommendation. It's to better engage the wider community, and access is at the heart of it. So I hope that's coming.
I feel the need to speak up in light of the task force work. And having been embedded in that work with Adam and Christina, the 24 people who served on that task force volunteered to participate. They were representative of the county in demographics, where they come from, walk of life, the viewpoints that they brought. There were some who were in favor of the name change, some who opposed it. They also volunteered knowing that the meetings would take place from 12 to 1:30 on these various Fridays. So when we did the initial survey with folks and asked for their input on potential names, they volunteered to participate in this process, and they knew that those dates would be right up. And I want to honor their work. I think one of the things that Christina and Adam would both amplify and agree with is that having put in 15 to 20 hours of work now in this effort, with a lot of dialogue, respectful dialogue and conversation back and forth, pro and con on various names, they did amazing work. And one of the downsides, I think, of the way that the work has been criticized in the media is a failure to recognize the work that that team put in. And I just want to make sure that people on the board and in the audience understand that community volunteers who were representative of this community did good work for this college. And I don't want to leave this room not honoring that work. Quite frankly.
The reason I'm going to vote no is because those 24 people who gave their time, their effort, and no money at all, passed their hand, worked very hard to come up with 5 decent names. The fact that we're going to toss these 5 names pretty much in the dumper, basically, if we decide not to proceed with this, because Aptos College did win the name contest, it was an election conducted, supposed to be fairly online. This is what, about 1,300 some odd people who voted. Well, folks, you know, that's not even a little tiny bit of the entire voting population in both northern Monterey County, Santa Cruz County, but over a number of weeks, that's how many people decided that they wanted to weigh in and vote. I think basically not honoring the fact that the majority or the majority of the people who voted chose Aptos College, which by the way, is that Aptos is from the Omelet's language, it means the people. Frankly, I think is an excellent choice for the name of our college. I think it's fair, I think it's decent, it reflects the Omelet's language and the culture. And to be honest with you, I'm going to vote no, because I think we should proceed to rename this school something we can really be proud of, the people. Because it is a college of the people, that's why I ran for this seat. Because I knew it did not belong to the Cabrillo family, or any of his ancestors, or any of his descendants. And therefore, let's honor these 24 wonderful people. In fact, I'd like to shake all their hands over here this evening and congratulate them for doing such a good job in coming with 5 names that are very decent. And I'm shocked at some of the nasty remarks in the newspaper against these people, and particularly Sandy Lyden's comment were outrageous. Just outrageous, and I reject that. I absolutely refuse to accept criticism of these 24 fine people coming forward to form what's probably going to be one of the most historic decisions that this college has ever made.
I appreciate that, and just one point to clarify, Trustee Trivia, the recommendation to defer actually comes in part from that 24-member task force. Yes, they did, you're right, they helped us get down to the 5 names that we then took out to the community. But after hearing not just the survey choices, but hearing from people how most often in the survey choices, the answers were, I'd like to keep the name Cabrillo, but if I have to change, I choose.
Yeah.
And then all of the other comments and some of them hearing from friends how the foundation was gonna lose donors in the tune to millions of dollars potentially. It was the task force's recommendation to us, not now. Yes, you did the right thing in November by voting to change the name, but moving forward right now would potentially harm the college, which and I just want to demonstrate, we're trying to find the threads of all of this to figure out how we move forward in a way that unifies, and that's what was behind the motion to defer. I appreciate you don't have to agree with it. I just want to make sure I clarify that.
Yes, you did. You did a great job. You might be doing a great job, Steve. Thank you.
And just to add, I was there at the forums, June 14th in Aptos, June 28th in Watsonville, July 12th in Felton. Interesting, Trujillo, the people of Watsonville some individuals expressed that they didn't want Aptos.
Yeah.
So I know that you're for it. I would be against it. And it's okay to agree to disagree.
We're
It's
going
good
to
to
be
have-
doing that often on the board. Well, not often, we're often.
But be respectful and share our opinion. I'm, just being mindful of what people expressed. So, there's so many names and some individuals expressed they didn't have no knowledge of it. There was ideas of, making a decision now or making a decision whether to postpone it. Some individuals indicated there's going to be 4 positions of board of trustees of having it. 4 positions available next year. That's going to be on the ballot. I just got appointed this year. I was not part of the original vote. Right? And when you asked me what would I have done, I said, put it for the community. Right? I had said that. You asked me, I said I was appointed and I'm glad I'm here and having a seat at the table. And I'm an alumni from Cabrillo. I started studying Cabrillo when I was a freshman in high school. Okay, I'm a teacher in education. I'm from this community. I live in this community. I'm proud of all the staff, classified, and everyone here that works for this great organization. So, I'm just. There's so much. That we need to keep in mind as well. What we value, what we prioritize to include infrastructure and. All the voices, right? So.
Yeah, Dan, trustee.
I just want to say, I have been a strong defender of this, I've been on Facebook so many times I can't even count. Trying to correct a lot of the misinformation that people have promulgated. And I listened to the arguments, especially in opposition to this, and it's very hard for me as a former college debater and a college debate coach, someone who taught for 47 years, persuasion and argumentation, to sit there and listen to some of the arguments and not be able to respond to them. But I guarantee you I've responded to them on Facebook on numerous amounts of time, even with some friends, or and in fact former friends now. But I think we need to delay. I really honestly believe we need to delay. There's a perception out there, that we're trying to run this through. I've corrected it a number of times. We've spent more than 3 years about this, but there's still a fairly large group of people out there in the community who think that this just sort of came out of the blue, and they're wrong. Right? But I don't think we're hurt by waiting, 2 or 3 months. Really don't. I mean, if it's taken more than 3 years already to get us to this point, 2 or 3 more months where we get together in the subcommittees and we talk about some of the issues. There's some real issues that I'm very concerned with, and I like to be on the subcommittee, by the way. I'm very concerned about the finances. That we don't have the money, and then you try to go forward with a name change without having the finances. I've already said publicly that I'm not in favor of that. If we don't get the money, I don't see how we can implement it. So we need to really concentrate on that. But regardless, we can discuss that in the subcommittee and the task force, et cetera. A number of issues I think are just unresolved. And I don't think we're hurt by delaying it for a few months, I really don't. And so I'm very much in favor of this and I really push it forward.
You mentioned the money. At the Felton meeting, Matt, you mentioned that you contacted an attorney. I hope it was pro bono, or I'm wondering what budget line item that's gonna come out of. But, I'm just, that's a concern as well. And so.
So I'd like to call a question. I think we need to vote.
Yep. So we've got, do you want to do the first and second?
Trustee Rockwell and trustee. Correct?
Yep. All in favor? Of the motion on the floor to defer?
Defer.
No, we're all involved. It's not a resolution. It's not a resolution.
You don't need a roll.
I'll never get it straight.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
And any abstention? So it looks like it's a 6-2 vote with the student trustee and trustee tree.
6-1 with an advisory vote against as a student trustee.
Got it, thank you.
All right.
This next one will be a roll call vote, this is a resolution, and it's not about the name change. Can I get a motion to approve resolution 028-23, authorizing the removal of Carlton Holmes, Director of Budget and Fiscal Services, and the addition of Alicia Gregory, Director of Budget and Fiscal Services, as an approved signer on bank signature cards for the district? You know what? It is a name change. So. Were you second? Okay, okay, first from trustee Cuevas and second from trustee. And then we'll do a roll call.
I'm just correct.
What? Yes. Do we have a roll? Student trustee Kathy? For voting in favor of
Cabrillo,
Yes.
trustee Rodney, trustee Vega, trustee Spencer, trustee Cueva, trustee Zeal. Trustee Koya. Thank you.
Moving on to item 3. Wait, hold on. Can I get a motion to accept the CPAP agreements amendments with USD and Santa Cruz Utilities?
Second.
I have a first from trustee Spencer and a second from trustee Trujillo. And this is not a resolution, so any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? It's unanimous.
So that was Spencer and Trujillo.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item 4. We have a motion to accept the $25,000 from the cities of Watsonville and Capitola for the Stroke and Disability Learning Center. It is further recommended that the board authorize the Vice President of Finance and Administrative Services to execute and make all necessary arrangements in relation to this grant agreement on behalf of the college. Can I get a first? Make a motion. Trustee Vega and a second from trustee Cuevas. And this is not a resolution, so we can do a majority vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? We move forward. Did you get the first and second? Thank you. And our last item on under action items is a declaration of emergency operation.
And I'll second that.
And this is not me that. So all in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Item passes unanimously. I am looking forward to our oral reports. Can I ask my friends with the Cabrillo College Federation of Teachers?
I can do it.
Sure. Right there.
How are you all doing?
Is anybody on the left of me?
Like I said, the party's beginning now.
Okay, 1 minute.
I did publish our report, and I'm not gonna read the whole thing, but we did update our joint resolution between the faculty senate and the faculty union, so that's published, you can read that. I did want to add a personal note, just because I don't want to feel left out from the public comments here about the name change. So here you go. And by the way, I appreciate the passion, the clear, eloquent, very thoughtful comments that have been made. Now you're going to get mine. That was a bit of humor. So I'd like to add, I've been teaching at this college for more than 32 years now. And during this time, I've experienced many changes to this institution by developing a deep love and respect for the campus. The heart and soul of this college is not in the name, but in the students, the faculty and staff, and those that love the places I do. However, the true spirit is in the land that the campus occupies. And if we want our land acknowledgement to mean something, but to not ring hollow, we should be, quote, working hard to restore traditional stewardship practices in these lands to honor the Osweswas and heal from historical trauma, unquote. The name Cabrillo has its place in history, and that's where it should remain, but not attached to the college. So thank you. And I have a series of thank yous, and I'm going to go through this really quickly because I know we're tired. I want to thank our Union Associate Vice President, John Gofsky, who isn't here anymore. John was instrumental in bringing about the name change discussion and guiding the faculty union and faculty senate. John, I'm thanking you. Development of a shared statement, our first shared statement. The second statement, the updated statement, again, was a cohort of faculty senators and CCFT board members. I want to thank our CCFT union members, Enrique Benuelos, Victoria Benuelos, Martin Garcia,
and many other members who clearly voiced the importance of the change and why it's imperative that we do it now. Thank you to the name change subcommittee and community task force. This wasn't an easy decision to make. A desire now is that you continue to move forward with the name change and not delay the process any more than necessary. Finally, I'd like to thank and acknowledge the leadership of board members Christina Cuevas and Adam Spickler. Your leadership of the name change subcommittee and community task force was handled with great care, intelligence, and grace. As two of our unions endorsed board members, we support you and we support the efforts to do what is right, not what is easy or popular. Our union will continue to back you as we move forward. I got a minute, I can get through it. So other news coming up, our contract ratification vote, it was a unanimous board vote. Yeah, it included changes to our faculty contract that includes ongoing compensation increases, but also a historic change in associate faculty healthcare access. That was important. Another historic change in the separation of pro rata from overall compensation increases. This change adjusts the overload associate faculty salary schedule in which the majority of full-time faculty will benefit. The change is nearly 70% of full-time salary schedule. Our goal is 80%. Realistically, it should be 100%. Upcoming event that I think we all want to participate in. Pajaro Valley Pride, that's coming up on August 20th. Please join us. I did register Cabrillo College.
Great.
Or actually the faculty union, but you want to join us, you can. Next week, we have several activities that are happening. Our Flex Week Luncheon, California Federation of Teachers President Jeff Freitas will be here to update us on California issues, and especially something called AB 811 that's coming up and moving forward. And I'll talk about that another time. And then finally, Equal Pay for Equal Education campaign is going to begin this fall. So you're going to hear a lot more about equal pay for equal work. Our part-time faculty are organizing, and so are we. So thank you.
You're still. And, hi, everyone. Because Faculty Senate has not met since May and our next meeting is going to be a flex week, I actually don't have a formal report and I will be quick. And I really just wanted to say thank you to everybody here tonight. Thank you to all the speakers. It's such a reminder of what our college means to this community. And I love that. It makes me feel really good inside. Thank you, though, mostly to everyone who was involved in the name change process, especially the board subcommittee, Adam, Christina, and Matt, and Ronette. You have done amazing work, and the task force as well. Thank you so much for the integrity of this process. The time you've all taken and your strength in the face of community division. The work of the last 3 years has been eye-opening in so many ways, and it did result in Faculty Senate unanimously voting on supporting the name change statement last year. And I really appreciate the faculty that spoke tonight who were all in support. We trust that the process will continue in its integrity, and we appreciate the difficult decisions that need to be made and the work that's ahead. Thank you so much. I like it. Thank you.
It has been a long night. And I've been here since 7:30 this morning. So, as summer draws to a close, many of us are wrapping up our summer classes in time to get ready for our fall classes in 3 weeks. So a lot of us classified are busy. It's been an interesting summer for everyone on campus as we watch the college and the community react to the decision to change the name of the college. As classified staff, we remain committed to our #1 goal, which is student success and student support. No matter what the name of the college may be, please be assured that CCEU recognizes the important role of all classified staff that play a role at the college in creating an inclusive, welcoming environment for all students. I would also like to say thank you. Many of our members have said thank you and wanted me to thank the board for the 7.22% increase, as well as the $1,500 stipend. They are very appreciative of that, and it is helping our members come closer to the cost of living in Santa Cruz. So thank you. It is past my bedtime, and I'm going to be back at 7:30 tomorrow morning. So thank you.
We're moving now into information items. And we've got some items here. Is there, assumptions?
I think we were just making sure that you're aware, as an information item will come with the final budget for approval at the September board meeting, that we have the assumptions here, and I think I communicated by email to all the board members the assumptions for this this planning this weekend.
Trustee Zale, do you want to briefly check in about any legislative committee action?
Sure, I did submit a report. I think it is. Is it going to be up there?
Yeah.
Okay. It was late. I'm very sorry. But it was a brief meeting. One of the things, so we met on June 27th, and we gave approval to Matt to write a letter supporting the RTC grant, the RTC request for support for a grant application that they're going to submit that will help to improve transportation service along the rail trail. Because we believe that that will support our students and our staff and our faculty. So that was approved. And then we just got updates on the state of the budget for the state. Am I done? Yeah, the state budget. As some of you may know, that there's been a shift in how the state wishes to fund student housing projects. And that brought us up to date on that and what he is and some others are doing to try to convince the powers that be in Sacramento to shift the burden of a bond issue from the colleges to the state where it should be. And once again, the all famous AB 811, which Tobin referred to, this is the bill that would, I'm going to say modify, not completely fix the repeatability issue. The amended version of that I just looked at, we're down to 2 repeats instead of 3.
Oh, it's been amended to 2?
It's been amended to 2. So the
That's what it was.
proposal was that if a student passed a course in certain academic fields, they would be allowed to retake that course up to 3 times. The amended version that I just looked at is down to 2. And I understand that I need to recheck the dates, but I think it's up for review on the 14th.
In appropriations.
In appropriations. So get on the phone.
Let me interrupt you for a quick question. Sure. Is there anybody still here who is going to need a shuttle back down to your vehicle or public transportation? The last shuttle is trying to figure out if they need to stay or not. Somebody who went to the bathroom is going to need. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks. Sorry, Donna.
That's okay. Let's see if there's anything else that's terribly important. I am tasked, because I volunteered to do it and I have not yet done it, to follow up with Congressmember Panetta's analyst who handles Veterans Affairs for the purpose of trying to increase the cost of living portion of the Montgomery GI Bill. Grant funding for the students who are attending colleges here in Santa Cruz County. Because it is not adequate to even pay rent on a 1-bedroom or a studio.
I agree.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And let's see. Not, there really isn't anything else that's terribly critical on that. So that's the end of my report.
Thank you, trustee Dion. Trustee Cuevas, is it fair to say we fully covered the name?
Can you read your support? I just want to thank all the people who have participated tonight on Zoom, who came to our meetings, who've been hanging in there for the last 3 years, and you diehards who are still here. Thank you.
You guys,
So we have our information items. No staff is expected to report on these, which are intended as informational only. I was really glad to read through some of them and just myself want to thank everybody for always providing such good and rich public facing information that I hope the public is paying attention to.
I'd like to add that, trustees, please look at the Flex calendar and see if there's anything you'd like to attend. Trustees are welcome to attend.
Item 3.
And I'd like just to add, I keep being astounded at the work that our financial aid office is doing and seeing the amount of money that's going in financial aid from that, through that office. Great, it's just terrific. And I'm really excited about the new Moja program that's coming up and seeing that newsletter. And, what's going on there. So, there you go. Yeah. And Flex Week. Great changes, interesting changes in Flex Week, and we'll get forward to it. Opportunity.
All right. So let's move on to board members' reports. Trustee Zeal, would you like to share anything?
Sure. I've gone to several of the main exploration community forums since our last meeting. And chaired the legislative advocacy subcommittee, which I've just reported on. The highlight, I think, for me around Cabrillo since we last met was my experience on July 9th, attending the Hunchback of Notre Dame. Such a fabulous production. And somebody said earlier, that could be on Broadway. If you haven't gone, I told the board they were required to go. At an earlier meeting. Absolutely. It's over now. That's it.
Thank you. Area 2, that's me next. I'm gonna read my report. I usually, I haven't provided one in a really long time because I get really busy, but this felt important to do. I want to thank everybody who attended tonight in person and virtually, as well as those who made public comments either here tonight or in writing in advance. Thank you to those who shared thoughtful, open, and well-intentioned viewpoints, both in support of keeping the current name and in support of renaming our college. In exploring how we proceed with renaming the college, I hope we all commit to looking at both the intent and the impact of our college's name. When it comes to intent, there's a lot of value in knowing the intent of the college founders in naming the college Cabrillo, for the reasons we've learned throughout this 3-year process. There's also a lot of value in knowing the intent behind the request to rename our college, made by those who are harmed by the name, especially now that we better understand the full legacy of Honolulu's Cabrillo. Equally, there are a lot of impacts of naming and renaming for us to consider as we proceed, none of which would be understood as well as they are now by so many people in our community if the renaming question had never been asked, and if the board had not committed to undertaking this process to explore the name of our college as a result. Moving forward, I aim to be more consistent in seeing and addressing intent as well as impact in a way that mitigates harm to the college, to our community at large, and to our students who we exist to serve. I sincerely hope that others here tonight and in our community will join me there with a commitment to listen to and grow with each other so that we center compassion and learning as we explore suggestions and considerations expressed tonight for moving forward. The community and college we all love so dearly deserve no less. Thank you. And I think that leaves Christina as next. Is there anything you would like to share?
Well, I just want to underscore what you said, now, I think that's really true, and just say, appreciating the comments that we got tonight and the appreciation, because it's been a tremendous learning experience. And I entered the process without an opinion. I live on Cabrillo Avenue, go figure. And I learned so much and continue to do so, and appreciate the comments about how we might consider being even more accessible and unifying for us to the community. One other thing I'd like to share is that I represent the SoCal, Capitola, and Live Oak, and have actively participated in an organization in Live Oak for many years that has a growing Latino population, that's really working hard to make sure that the families in that community are heard, are vocal, are heard, and paid attention to. And one of the things I'd like to do, and I don't see my colleagues here, but members of the college, Annabelle Rodriguez, our new Escobedo, have participated with me in efforts in that community to bring services to the Live Oak school district. And at a recent retreat that we had with the Cradle to Career Live Oak project, college was recognized for its work towards bringing more attention and support for people in Live Oak. So I thank our faculty and staff for that. Thank you, Trustee Cuevas. Trustee Spencer? I'd like to just start by thanking you, Adam and Christina, for the work that you've done in this subcommittee. We've all learned a lot. I think the dignity in which you handled it is teaching us all how to go forward. And I think you can all learn and change under some of the ways that you've done it. One of the conversations tonight was priorities. And there is one priority that we all have to agree on tonight, and that is fixing the water pipes at the Sutton House.
Yeah.
And I was there doing scholarship letters today, and you have to use the water, you have to go down and around the back of some of this. That's number one priority.
Thank you. Trustee Vega, is there anything you'd like to share?
I just want to thank Melanie, and Trustee Brother for everything them, and you, and also the task force, as well, those individuals that volunteered, that involved in volunteering to hear all voices, and so thank you. And also the community, those that wrote in, those that were here, those that were in Zoom. Yeah. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Trustee Rockwell.
Keep it really short. For the most part, since the last time we had a meeting, I've done 2 very lengthy trips. So there hasn't been really not much for me to report in terms of locally, but I do want to thank everybody, like everybody else is thanking the subcommittee and the task force for what they've done. And I would simply remark that people can be changed, their attitudes can be changed about this. I started this whole process, and Matt can confirm this because we had breakfast a long time ago when the whole name change was first brought up, and I said, I think this is a really bad idea. It's going to be too costly, et cetera, that are all the kind of arguments that you hear. And then gradually, as I heard more and more about it, it's like, okay, that's not going to work for me. Keep the name. And you know, the one argument that I really find difficult, and that is the number of times when people have said, well, why don't we just rename some buildings, but keep the name of the college? Why don't we teach the history of Juan Cabrillo and how bad he was, but keep the name of the college? And I thought, how in the hell can you go into a classroom with a teacher and revile Juan Cabrillo and not have a student raise their hand and say, then why are we still calling it Cabrillo College?
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense. I mean, it's completely contradictory. But you hear that over and over again, and I, of course, responded to it probably dozens of times on Facebook. So, like I said, some of the arguments that you hear, even though I respect the fact that some people will disagree, my own wife disagrees with me on this, by the way. And we had some interesting conversations, very civil, of course. But we don't agree. She's a graduate. She has 2 degrees from Cabrillo College, and she worked in IT for a number of years, and then went on to CSU Monterey Bay, got a BA. But people can be changed on this issue. They really can. I'm an example of that. I think a number of people who came up here said that, well, I started off being opposed, and I heard about the history, and it made me think, wow, that's pretty hard to swallow. So I think it's good for us to delay for a while and try to bring more community members to the fold. And I think we can do that. But ultimately, I think that it's going to be a process of, we're going to change the name. Some people are going to be opposed to it, and then they'll get used to it, and pretty soon they'll die. Yeah. That's pretty cool.
Sure. Today's meeting was supposed to be held in Watsonville, and because it was gonna be well attended, it was. We don't have space, right, in Watsonville. And then I would have said, hey, let's use this, city council chambers, but the speakers are, I understand, because our plan commission meeting was held in the old city council. So my question is, when are we gonna hold the Watsonville one this year?
Yeah.
We can definitely work on making sure we have another meeting in Watsonville.
Yeah,
Good.
just to be fair, so
At 100%.
Constituents were asking.
Yep, we can, and we'll update the line.
Thank you.
Trustee Trujillo, do you have anything?
Oh, I do. I will rush through it. First of all, we didn't even acknowledge our robotics team, won the first place, got 5 awards. In a pool with a little robot underwater and feed it whatever it needs, and down there we're holding my out in pool because it's an underwater robot. Fabulous. I love robotics team, not the robotics team. Second of all, Adam and Christina, thank you so very much for all your hard work and 24-member task force who came up with the 5 names. As I said before, I think they're wonderful. I think they deserve a medal. Just to protect them from all the incoming fire they've been receiving in the press. They're wonderful people, and I am so pleased at what they've accomplished. I also would like to say something to Adam, and it's about age. Adam, youth is a gift of nature, but age is a work of art. Here I am. I'm 70. I'm getting any younger. We're not getting either. And I also want to point out that history is not there for you to like or dislike. If it offends, even better. We need to comfort the afflicted and afflict the comfortable and the smug. Because you are less likely to repeat it, that's all the better. We don't want to repeat the mistakes in 1959 that were made here and naming college after one of the most the Vladimir Putin of the 16th century California. It is not yours to erase or destroy. And I also want to point out that, folks, I've been working on this for 3 years. I got elected because of this, and I went door to door in my district, District 7. And I told them I want to change the name of the college. I want to get rid of Donald Trump. Bingo, I got voted in for it, 60% vote. You know what? Gonna be up again next year, I'm gonna do the same damn thing. You know why? Because I know I'm right. I know that, number one, getting rid of Trump is, we had to do it, and number two, getting rid of this name is like a huge stone collar around the neck of anybody who's indigenous or believes in the fact that their culture, their customs, their entire being has been saddled with this man's name for 65 years. And they need to get rid of it and dump it in the Pacific Ocean where it belongs. So I'm hoping that in the next 3 months, I prefer 1 or 2 months, that we make sure that we reach out to everybody. God knows I'm on Facebook and I'm on nextdoor.com every single day defending, just like what Dan pointed out, doing the same thing, because I want this to happen. I promise my constituents, I keep my promises. We're gonna do this. Thank you very much.
I want to make sure to give our student trustee an opportunity, and then I.
Can we give him a round of applause?
So, Jeffrey, our new student trustee, it is wonderful to have you here at our first meeting. If you want to tell the folks a little bit about yourself and just anything that you're moved to there.
Well, thank you guys. It's a pleasure to be here. I am the new student senate trustee. I am a construction management major. I am a rising scholar. Those who don't know, that means I am formerly incarcerated and system impacted. I am a warrior. I believe that there's power in education, there's power in speaking up, and the community has spoken. And I vowed to, when I became a student senate trustee, that I was gonna make sure that no voice was left unheard. And I'm so glad I'm able to be a part of this historic moment. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I am remiss in not having thanked Christina and Adam and the committees and the task force for all the work they've done. I'm sorry I didn't say that earlier, but I definitely appreciate the work. Thank you.
And then it's this guy.
This guy, okay, this guy, you're on.
And his report.
So I'll be, Jeffrey, welcome and thank you for being willing to serve. Adam and I got a chance to spend time with you last week and really appreciated that opportunity to have dinner with you and really looking forward to working with you. Your perspective is great. Steve, thank you for recognizing the robotics team and the work that Mike Matera and the students have done. They've now done 2 years in a row that they've won that international competition, and hopefully they can go for a third run at it as well. I also want to thank Christine and Adam and for the grace that they've shown as we've gone through this. I want to extend thanks to Ronette, particularly for the work she's done to really figure out letters and emails. It's just been astounding, and she's been great with doing it. To Kristen, Babos, Terrence, I want to call out Pearl and Janine Riopel, particularly for the work that they did on all the data collection and surveys and related to the name change. Thank you. When I wrote my report, I probably was feeling down and cynical about the politics around the name change. I've got real concerns and I voiced them in my report, and I talked to board members about my concerns about the divisiveness of the community over this issue. My worry that divisiveness is doing harm to our foundation, our ability to raise funds with the foundation to support our students. I also worry about the comments that are being made by people, voters, about potential bond support in the future. Those are real, and that divisiveness can't be ignored. And so I was entering into this meeting telling a lot of people I felt like the community was not ready for this change, and I'm very grateful for the board to vote for the motion in the way they did. I also was thinking that the college is not ready. and I will, this may feel blunt to say it to some community representatives for the college, but I was worried that the voices that are out in the community are outweighing how the college feels about this. And I felt better tonight in the way that people did show up, but I think increasingly we are too isolated from the community in making our arguments. It is not enough to make them in this room in this way. And so I am worried. I'm worried about the way echo chambers work in this community and in our society right now, and the way that people discount information as soon as it doesn't fit their predisposed viewpoint of these issues. Having said that, I think that we can do this work. I'm hopeful for doing the work to help bring the community along. But I will say that I think we need a major effort to get to consensus in this community on issues like this and not let it be divisive. I want to end by just saying thanks again to everyone, but also to alert the board to the work of the HSI task force and the fact that we will have during HSI week about a month from now, Dr. Gina Garcia here to lead a workshop with board members on Thursday afternoon for the board specifically. So we will probably have to think about agenda special meeting for board members to participate in that, but it is an effort for Dr. Garcia, who's now moving to UC Berkeley, by the way, to spend time with some of our students, spend time specifically with the board to think through what it means to be HSI serving in your role, and then a public lecture by her for our community on Thursday evening. So we'll try to set it up as a board meeting, a reception, happy hour kind of reception, and then the public talk for that Thursday. And then also proud to thank Ann Hendricks for her work in fostering that relationship with Dr. Garcia. We will also support this year the Watsonville Film Festival, having a Friday night film on the plaza the Friday night after that. So I hope that Cabrillo can turn out really strong for that effort as well. And thanks everyone for being here till almost 10:30 tonight. Yeah, most of these meetings ended about 8.
Yeah.
I just want to make one quick comment that we made. That is this whole name change thing. Again, there has to be a campaign, a really concerted, organized campaign to push this forward, and I don't feel like we've done that. So when I said I wanted to be a part of the subcommittee and so forth, I really want to talk about that, because I mean, this is my background. And putting on a campaign, I think, is really, really critical. I mean, the faculty senate voted unanimously. I don't think anybody hardly in the community knows that, right? I don't know, did the unions vote unanimously? So why are we shouting that out there? Because it looks so much like the overwhelming majority of people who are, of course, you know, just shouting, that it makes it look like everybody practicing in the community is opposed to it. And you heard a number of people say that, right? And they keep saying it. The majority is opposed, majority is opposed. No, they're not necessarily. They're not. So, but we're not making a concerted campaign to prevent the other side.
I'll make a YouTube video.
I appreciate that comment, and I don't want to belabor things, but I feel like what's important to say as a subcommittee member, and I'm curious if you agree, Christina. I felt like it was equally important for us as the subcommittee members to be very careful that we weren't leading that conversation. One of the things I'm hearing more and more, which I think Christina illustrated a few minutes ago, and I said it publicly, that we were planted on the subcommittee because we had an ulterior motive to make the name change happen. Neither Christina or I were in favor of it when it was first requested of us. I feel I can say with integrity, I'm one of the people whose mind was changed in this process. But I'm worried if we have a subcommittee where we're leading that.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying.
Right, so it's.
I really want to weigh in here.
We'll close the, you know, the
And
conversation.
I just want to remind board members, We don't have agendized beyond what we already talked about.
You are.
We should not engage in another discussion.
Okay.
At this point in the agenda. Are we adjourned?
So now we're at J. Yes, thank you. Point made.
We're moving into the agendas, the agenda for next for future board meetings. And Ronette is reminding me that we've got our board goals for September to vote on and agenda building. So.
I'm gonna ask anyone on Zoom.
Oh, thank you. Ronette keeps reminding me to check in with the Zoom folks. Hey there, Zoom folks. Is there anybody there who has any comments or questions before we close the meeting? Let's just take a comment.
I'm gonna remind the board, you need to follow the agenda. Please follow the agenda. You can remain on the Zoom to answer a question from Ophelia, but we need to close the meeting.
Thank you. Okay, so we close the meeting first? Yeah, okay. Yeah. What about? Don't think so. We got the.
Yeah, really giant, yeah.
Can I get a motion to adjourn the meeting?
No. Favor.
I'll be ever taking you out to do now. Then the meeting.
Ophelia, you're off mute if you would like to speak. I just want to say how encouraged I feel by the way this whole evening has transpired. When I wrote my letter suggesting an extension and a delay of a decision, I did not know that the subcommittee had recommended that. And I think it's a very wise thing to do. And I particularly appreciated the comments that Matt, that you made at the very end. We're very fortunate to have you all in charge. Thank you so much. It's been a long day for you guys, longer than for those of us who were here. So thank you all.
Good.